what a reception. The king against the challenger. This season, between them, they've won over £1.3 million.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The first frame. Judd trumps the break.
And I think today we can expect to see snooker like $1 million. 8 frames this afternoon. It's a race to 10.
Yeah, just looking at the handshake, there was no little smile or acknowledgement. This is going to be business from the off this afternoon.
I'm not saying the vibe is identical, Alan, but this reminds me of around the 1990 mark when Steve Davis was the man and you knew Stephen Hendry was there to eventually replace him.
Yeah, it does have that feel about it, doesn't it, Phil? All great players, you know, through time to decline, but Ronnie in his 40s, there's been no sign of that. First chance then. Lovely control.
1. Well
controlled that. Interesting, he's not playing this left-handed. As I say, all business.
5. $12.
Just see how he
13.
thinks about going into the pack then. A couple of reds in the open. He really has become the master of the sweet science of break building, as O'Sullivan, the last couple of years. It definitely has changed.
20.
Needs his time before going into the pack. He's
21.
going in this time then.
$28.
Well, on a couple of occasions late on against Stuart Bingham last night, he went into the pack really well and was unlucky. That wasn't the most lusty split. Red overcut.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 28.
That's the sighting tendency when the cue ball and red are close together and you're cutting back into a blind pocket. The way it was played, though, the only red he could leave was the one he went for.
That was clever. Safety shot, actually. See, Judd these days knows the importance of a good cue ball in a shot like that. It's not about getting the red back down this side of the blue. It's about his cue ball positioning in bulk. And that was very nice.
very familiar territory this is for O'Sullivan. It's his 74th ranking event semi-final. Only Stephen Hendry, with 82, has been in more. Mind you, Alan, Judd Trump is no stranger to these big matches. They're becoming second nature.
Yeah, it's just another day at the office, isn't it? He's been familiar to this type of situation, Judd, especially the last couple of years. That was good as well by Judd. He's weighing up what shot to play, trying to set the trap. Nearly got Ronnie. Such an importance in this match to get a good cue ball with this type of shot. Oh, this is beautiful. What a shot this is. What a shot. And look at the reds.
Angles called that before it hit the side cushion. He knew exactly where it was going to finish up.
Yeah, what do you do here? Nothing really to land on. The red by the black, he doesn't want to shift. I don't think the black goes right now. But that appears to be the only red he could possibly land on and get safe-ish. Doesn't want a free ball. Doesn't want going behind the brown. No, he's okay. We'll go
Ronnie
back.
O'Sullivan, 4. Yeah.
It's a good shot that Judd's played there, actually. He's given himself a little sighter. He's got two possible reds that he can thin off. The thing second time around, don't adjust too much. Almost play it the exact same shot, but with a different pace, or
Thank you.
a touch more side. No contact, but that's okay as well. Another sighter. I think this time you'll see him just inject a bit more pace. He hung off the second time round. Let's just watch the pace now of this shot. I think he'll inject a bit more. What that will do, it'll get the cue ball a little further left off the second cushion. Completely different shot third time round, above the middle pocket.
So 3 misses already, 12 penalty points given away, but that's still an acceptable trade-off for Trump if he can make this thin contact. The one thing he doesn't want to do is hit the reds thick and leave the frame on, because, mark my words, that's what he could easily do. I think on the balance of where he was, Alan, I think he'd settle for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Something else. Be sitting there thinking, I don't mind Ronnie having a pop at this long red now. expecting something easier than this. This is pressure. There you go. Good match snooker that was by Judd Trump. This is also good match snooker if he plays the blue. The pink is just not a shot you want to be playing this early, just yet. To find another red and get nicer on that pink. Well, he is playing it. Yeah, you see? He just potted it on the thick side, not quite into your running, into your flow, into your action just yet. See that? Get the cue ball making the journey.
7.
Thankfully, this red will go. He's in business here, Judd Trump.
8. $14. 15.
'From there, it looks tight. I'm not surprised, are you, Alan? Not surprised at all.
15.
Yeah, the other thing that is surprising is that if there was any doubt about the black at all, he could have played for pink quite easily, couldn't he, off that last red?
What?
There's a sign of confidence. Oh, this pink is not easy at all. Seems quite happy to leave it. This will take some piece of cueing.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
That shot is a pressure ball at any stage of a match. Early on, it's a real test.
1. Six. 7.
Is he thinking of bringing this red into play? Playing this shot, I wonder. Force and stun. He is. No. Deciding to pick off the loose ones. It was an option, but that'll wait for later.
12.
This is where he's usually excellent, Judd. Getting top side of this blue.
13. 18. 19.
Now that red's going to interest him, will it?
24.
I think surely he's got to play just to nudge it. Oh, that's a gorgeous shot.
25.
A little unfortunate. I think the red's just on.
It is, Alan, but it's just travelled that extra inch or so into the awkward zone. Very little to aim for.
$30.
It's a shot that he'd probably get more than... he's not playing it to middle. Hedging his bets a little. Yeah, that's a brilliant shot and a great choice of shot. Minimal risk attached to it.
31.
Back for bolt colour then. Providing he pots this, Ronnie would need pink. This has been fabulous.
34. 35.
So the blue will put Trump 14 ahead. That means he needs yellow, green and brown.
$40. 42. 45.
'This clearance will embolden Trump more than a sizable century. Sullivan missed a couple of pressure balls in this opening frame. A red from mid-range, a tricky pink to middle. And the second mistake has been punished to the fall. A 54 clearance to the blue. And it's Judd Trump who draws first blood in this Coral Tour Championship semi-final. The opening frame of a possible 19 today is in the books.
Thank you. Frame 2. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
And O'Sullivan breaks off in frame 2, playing catch-up. I think Trump will be delighted with the way things have begun.
Dangerous game, leaving Judd trump this type of shot. There you go.
One. Green ball. Four.
Another cracker. I thought at one point there he might snooker himself behind the blue, which would have been poor justice.
Five.
Yeah, looks like the red goes to left, right corner, so you're looking for high on it. Don't want to be too straight once they bring other reds into play. And the
Ten.
deep screw off this. A shot that he excels at. A shot Neil Robertson also brilliant at playing. There you go.
11.
You made this observation, Alan, and I think you're absolutely right. When he comes to playing for the blue and getting on the right side of the blue, he's deadly. Not just with one particular kind of shot, with all of them.
Yeah, and there is an act to it, is also mentally.
60.
You have to, you know, force yourself to get high each and every time. You can't slacken off mentally for a second. There you go again.
17.
Nice and punchy. His cue ball generally would do a lot more travelling than Ronnie when he's in scoring, but we've got the cue power added to the control that Judd has these days. Makes it so much easier. He's interested in something down this around the black spot here, I think.
$22.
This is going to take power. He's on the black, I
23.
think, is he? Not quite.
Head-to-head wise, he stands up against O'Sullivan.
Drum 23.
Total frames played. O'Sullivan's won 123. Trump with the first frame here has won 116. And I think the most vital breakdown of their head-to-heads is that Trump's beaten O'Sullivan in 5 of their 8 finals. For all of the O'Sullivan fans out there who want some good news, well, they've played in 4 semi-finals, these two, and O'Sullivan has won them all.
hand on the bed. Ronnie here. Will get more of these than he would miss. Brown's waiting. Isn't close.
The only impression you can gain from the way things have gone so far is that, understandably, O'Sullivan is feeling it early on.
Yeah, I think he just has that realisation that you can't leave Judd in close. You know, I said back at in Preston at Players' Championship, I think Judd, when he's in close, is probably the most deadly player in the game right now. When the balls are open, you just think it's frame over. See, this game's not just about what you do, it's what you make your opponent think and believe. You get the benefit of your own work, and you also get the benefit of the pressure that you put on the guy in the other chair. Good pot. Controlled, wasn't it? This pink perhaps doesn't have all of the pocket. You know what he's like in the long blues there. You see the pink. Fancy him potting it. I think he can play it with almost dead weight pace.
If this was on a club table where they pull in, it would be a lot easier than this. Oof. Just.
Seven. Eight. $13. 14. 20. 21. 27. 28.
Talking about break
35.
building. He never backs off, does Ronnie. Getting the black on the spot. First chance he's got. His Makes this a little easier.
36.
Played that lovely top side of pink too. $19 the lead. 16's 35.
42.
I need one of those two reds by the left middle pocket
43.
then.
The shake of the head
50.
suggests he's too straight on this red, and that indeed is the case. But the use of deep screw in the reverse side rectifies the situation. He did have a degree of angle, in fairness, there. Well, frame ball
58.
coming up, but this penultimate red isn't a cinch.
$64. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 64.
Not quite enough to make Judd Trump not in concession. The frame continues. 2 snookers needed, and quite rightly he's coming back, Alan.
Yeah. And he's got one of them. Top of the table from Ronnie. That was a little shot, that. Especially where green and brown are. They're sitting nice for potential snookers. Yeah, whichever shot Ronnie chooses here, the one thing he won't be doing is leaving a free ball should he miss the red. Quite important that he hits this. No, sir.
Foul. Judd Trump, 4.
He's trying to sneak in behind yellow. He needs a good kiss on the blue. That's not it, but blue and pink now will interest both players. See, the other thing here is Ronnie can't afford to leave Judd a pot at the red. See, he's playing a safety shot, trying to keep the red tight. Good effort. If he leaves Judd red, black or red, pink, takes that, peels off the yellow, in behind green, and probably gets a good snooker in behind brown.
That's that.
1. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1. And the frame.
This time Trump does concede, primarily with a 64 break. O'Sullivan is back on level terms.
Thank you, frame 3. Judd Trump to break.
You know, this new Coral series introduced onto the snooker calendar this year has been an unqualified success already. We're guaranteed for this to build into quite a crescendo. Cheltenham, Preston, and now Llandudno. 3 wonderful tournaments. By the end of tonight, we'll be halfway through this event, and unusually, at halfway, we'll know one of the finalists. So that's 2 pots out of 2 with the rest for Judd Trump. Neither easy. I think he's underrated when it comes to his rest play.
Seven. 8.
Yeah, just for once he comes short in the blue, so it's not a problem here. Just recycle the cue ball. A little bit of side off a couple of cushions.
$13.
Just as the red was going in, we got a glimpse of where the pink was, and there you can see, borderline. Trump's taking looks from both sides. Can he see enough of it?
Yeah, providing this loose red at the back of the bunch goes, which I think it does, he can flick it in with just a hint of left-hand side. He might not have to. He'll probably just play it with just a trace of left.
$20. Judd Trump, 20.
He pots so well and so dependably at short range. When he misses one, even one that was an examination, you're surprised. But you catch that near jaw at any kind of pace and it's the death knell. They will not go in.
breathed a sigh of relief, I think. Ronnie there, I think for a second that top red, he was worried it would go, but the other reds came and covered it. Same thing again then, probably looking for in behind brown. Yellow an option. Better to just overhit this shot than underhit. See, you always want to give that just a little more pace, that give it almost two chances of getting in behind something. Once again then, brown the target. Actually play this to almost try and cannon the brown. Miss it on the right, you get in behind it. Miss it on the left, you've got yellow as cover. He's gone figure of 8 this time. Can't get in behind brown, but yellow's the target.
Potting the red would have been purely speculative. The main thing for O'Sullivan there, the overriding priority, was to get the cue ball back into baulk. But that was the big bet. He'd left the red.
One. Rambo. Judd trump, 1.
Yeah, nice cover. Judd would have been aware. These two reds behind the black spot will be Ronnie's. Ronnie's thinking. 3 cushions. Cushions have been playing nice this week. I expect them to get close to this. Any rogue bounces really. Yeah, this looks good. Very good.
Yes, I'm glad you said about conditions, Alan. I think it's worth saying that the table fitters have done a really good job at this event. Tomas, the man in charge from Poland, must be applauded. Pots like that are difference makers, Alan. Doesn't matter who you're playing.
Yeah, what an asset that is to have. What I liked about the way when he was shaping up for it, you could almost sense that he fancied potting it. he thought he was going to get it. Sometimes you play those shots more in hope than expectation, but he just didn't get that feeling.
Four. Nine.
The black's a
10.
little hemmed in. But Trump doesn't need to be impatient. Doesn't need to beat the traffic just yet.
15. Sixteen. $22. 23.
Spotting a scorching
29.
red from distance and then being reliable in amongst the balls. It's a tried and tested
30.
formula that will win you much gold.
$36.
Obviously red pink, you'll see the frame safe-ish, but he wants to get nice and straight in this pink.
37.
Wants to see another red disappear. Well, he might not be able to do that now. See, he wanted another red to stop Ronnie coming back to the table. Brown being off its spot helps here. Spin this round in between yellow-brown.
$43. Judd Trump, 43.
So just a degree of hope, as Alan said, for O'Sullivan. Lovely 43 break from Trump. He's 64 in front. Couple of snookers required.
One. Seven. Eight. 15. $16.
What a shot that was. I know he needs a couple of snookers, but at least he's still in with a fighting chance. Just has to judge the little cannon on the red here. Just wants to nestle the red down onto the... just almost on the black cushion. This is clever as well. Taking the pink makes no difference to the scores. Yeah. So, fancy him getting in behind black. It's whether he can get the red near a bulk
22.
colour. Oh, is he in behind yellow here? Is he in behind yellow?
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 22.
Oh, that was fabulous. Because Judd really does need to hit this red this time. Potential free ball. And if not that, the nestle in behind yellow next time round by Ronnie. What he will play here, I do believe, is almost try to hit the red and the yellow at the same time. He wouldn't mind fouling as long as he shifts the yellow.
Momentary relief, but not out of the woods yet.
Same thing applies. Thing, just looking ahead here, the one thing he certainly doesn't not want to do if he goes left cushion is miss the red low and going off. That would probably cost him the frame with a free ball. Do not miss this low. Yeah, he won't mind that actually.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 5.
May look a little clumsy, but it was quite clever.
If O'Sullivan can extract the necessary penalty points, the openness of the balls very much in his favour. But catching the bump of the middle pocket most certainly wasn't.
One.
All doubt now effectively removed.
Seven. 9. Judd trump 9 and a frame.
Trump won the first frame, and now he's back in front. He leads 2-1. In baseball, they have the 7th inning stretch here at Llandudno. It's the 4th frame. Get your legs moving a little bit while the players are out. Ronnie O'Sullivan is in the arena. Judd Trump has just popped out of the auditorium. He'll be pleased with the way things have started. Alan, he's looked pretty sharp so far. O'Sullivan played a good second frame, but Trump's been good value for his lead.
Yeah, very much so, and it's been fascinating so far, hasn't it? I always like to see a couple of nice little safety exchanges, and Judd just about getting the better of those so far.
Thank you. Frame 4. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Now referee Colin Humphreys announces the start of the 4th frame, and although it is still very early days in this best of 19 frame affair, I think it could be an important one. The mood of the two players going into the interval will definitely be influenced by what happens in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, here's this red again. Judd knocked in earlier. Cue ball was a lot closer to the baulk cushion. Hand on the bed again, fancying for this. Just a case of whether he feels it's the time to attack the black right now. I think he might play this to just flick the top side of the red. He's played it. Oh, what a shot.
1.
%80 long pot success for Trump. That will get the job done.
Eight. Judd trump 8.
Yeah, that was a toughie, wasn't it? Look at this.
One. Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
It looks so simple to nestle in behind a ball colour, but to have that degree of accuracy and delicacy is an art in itself.
Yeah, and it's given Judd plenty to think about. And 4 cushions into the back of the bunch of reds.
1.
For a quarter of a century, ever since he turned professional, O'Sullivan's
6.
been money in the bank with that shot.
7.
This is where he's superb, getting low in this loose red. Bring other reds into play. Looks nice for a deep screw shot.
14.
I played the punch. The thing playing the punch, you're never
15.
quite sure of the cue ball. More control. And the screw type shot. Now this is a big shot now. Where the reds are. And the good thing about it, doesn't have to be too ambitious, or is he playing it with pace? Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is.
He missed a pressure ball in the first frame, a
22.
tough pink to the middle. That was cueing supreme.
Yeah. To play
23.
that sort of position of that type of shot just sweetened the pot, didn't it? And Ronnie being the player that he is, I think he'll just try and pick up the pace and try and win this frame quickly.
30. 31.
It's difficult to put pressure on Ronnie O'Sullivan because he plays his own game, but he's going to have to
38.
show Judd in this match today that he's not
39.
too wary of what Judd does. He's got to play at his own pace when he gets in tight like this. You know, that fluent style that we're used to, Ronnie.
Could have worked out better than this.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 46.
There's a definite sense and a feeling out there, I think,
1.
this afternoon that Ronnie is so aware of his opponent. That's the thing. He knows that if he leaves Judd in this type of position, he's liable to lose the frame. Is it going to happen this time? We don't know, but the way they're sitting, the way Judd's playing, that's what Ronnie will be expecting.
I think it's the biggest compliment you could possibly pay to Judd Trump. In my mind, I'm thinking he's favourite here.
4.
I went in this frame to come back.
$11. 12.
this time.
19.
Just depends whether that red by the pink is on. Whether he just flicks it, or the pink here playing up for blue, or brown. It obviously goes the way he's played that.
20.
So they're all there.
$25. $26.
This is critical now, that he gets either straight or high on this red. He doesn't want to be messing with the pink when potting the red. Playing for the one in bulk first.
$33. $34.
Well, this could so easily be the crunch ball.
Yeah, I think this is all right now. I mean, he'd love to be able to reach it. I
38.
think he can reach it. He's obviously a very tall lad. Can reach it. Just play it with just a hint flicker right hand side. Good thing, doesn't have an awful lot to do with the cue ball. Obviously wants to be sure, but it certainly looks like it shouldn't be a problem.
$39.
It looks like Judd Trump then is going to produce the first piece of pilferage in this match.
46.
What a frame this would be to win, and what a time to win it as well. 3-1 up at the mid-session interval.
48.
Yes, from here, numerically, a clearance to blue will do.
$51.
And I must say I've been very impressed with Trump. No great fireworks. But boy, does he mean business.
$55.
Since the time he won the English
60.
Under-15 Championship at the age of 10, he's had the skills.
66.
Now he's got the steal. And at the interval, he's also got the lead. Trump's made the better start. He leads Ronnie O'Sullivan by 3 frames to 1.
So the next chapter in this fascinating story about to get underway. Judd Trump with the edge coming back after the interval, leading 3-1. 4 more frames to play.
Thank you, frame 5.
And then they return
Judd Trump to
tonight
break.
to play through to a finish. What's clear is what we already knew from the Masters and other matches, is that Judd Trump is not intimidated by Ronnie O'Sullivan. Some other top players are. He isn't. Got no reason to be. O'Sullivan's pot success 85%, long pot success 50%. These are stats you feel have got to go up in this little mini session.
Got away with one there, Ronnie O'Sullivan. A little bit too thin a contact on the bunch of reds. But in the end, he's got an excellent cue ball. Same scoreline as it was after the first 4 frames in the Masters final. Judd went on to win the next 4 frames to open up a 7-1 lead. His target will to win this 4-3-1 as well. Give him a nice 6-2 cushion going into tonight.
Down to 1 table now. So we'll be right through to the end. Of course, the final is a 3-session final. Best of 25.
And there is a shot on here. If he takes this red to left corner, he can cannon the red to the right of the black, which would leave the black to the left corner. Choosing the safety option.
It's interesting. Looks like Trump forgot his chalk. Marcel Eckhart, one of the referees, just appeared and handed it to him.
No attempt at the pot. Just getting that cue ball behind the yellow. Stop Ronnie O'Sullivan playing the red that's closest to the yellow. You can see enough of the red just to get a thick enough contact to... I was looking at bringing the cue ball back, playing that red, bringing the cue ball back to baulk, but where's the red going to go? Obviously doesn't want it coming up and down the table. Which it is doing. He's made a mess of this. He'd be lucky to get away with it. And he has been.
Whoa.
Well, he's potted the red. He's not on a colour, but he can take control of the table. This is why, even though this is a long match, you know, it's first to 10, the early frames are so important because, as we know, if O'Sullivan goes off into the distance early on, such a great front runner, he's very hard to catch. But if you can get him under pressure early on, then this might be a different story. And he's under it here. So Trump laid the trap with the snooker, and can take advantage here. He's this season's leading century break maker, 69 to his name so far.
Nice little shot, just nudging that red away. That was to the right of the black spot.
8. Nine.
Another wonderful positional shot. He really has, in the last season or so, really honed that department of his game. I always thought his cue ball was very loose. But it's a massive improvement, as shows by the amount of century breaks he's making in the last season or two. Also, in the amount of clearances he's making these days to pinch frames. You can't do that if your cue ball's constantly going round the table.
14. $15. $20.
Played the cue ball into an area there where if he didn't get on the red to the left pocket, the one he's going to play, he'd have the one to the right corner pocket. That was plan B.
21.
Little look to the heavens there. Shot didn't go as planned.
27.
Not wanted to be straight on either of these reds to left or right corner pocket to play for the black. This shot is normally no problem to Judd Trump. Again, look at that.
28.
Perfectly on the blue. He really is in the zone.
Yeah, of course, we talked about the Masters final, but he also beat O'Sullivan in the Northern Ireland Open final, which was a very close match, 9-7, which proved that when the pressure was on, he could do it as well.
34.
Could so easily have gone out yesterday. Mark Williams was in front, controlled the match, led 8-5, just couldn't quite finish him off.
$39. 40. $47.
View the tip on
48.
Trump's cue there, and not a lot of meat on it. I reckon that'll be getting changed possibly after this tournament. 2 more massive events to come, one in China and of course the Crucible, where Judd will be certainly in the top 2 or 3 favourites for that, the way he's playing. That looks like end of break.
55.
Wanted to find the gap between those 2 reds there. That's the problem when you're playing into the bunch from high in the black, you're coming off the cushion. If you hit the red that you make contact with in the bunch, full ball, you stick. That's what happened to Judd there. So no colour safe. All the reds in the open. This frame is far from over. Got to be very careful. Don't know, he's thinking about possibly playing a double on this red. Or the cut to the middle. No, it is the double. No, it's a safety shot. It confused me.
55.
Trying to put a red safe. It's a decent effort.
Yeah, of course, Crucible a month away. As it stands at the moment, these two are seeded to meet in the quarterfinals, but things can change. O'Sullivan can still, of course, go to world number 1. The moment he'd be the 3rd seed, Trump would be the 6th, but that can all change before Sheffield. I think a lot of people would love to see these two in the final. Well, he's caught the safety too thick, Trump. Offered a chance, wasn't absolutely guaranteed though. And you can see O'Sullivan, as I say, he's on the back foot here. Not getting many clear-cut chances in this match.
No, this was a half chance at best, but as you can see, a long way away from the pot. Missing it that thin tends to indicate deceleration in the cue action. And all that does is give his opponent even more confidence when he sees Ronnie missing the ball by that distance. This isn't a gimme. Made it look like it.
1. Judd Trump, 1.
Well, it's from this position in behind the green. O'Sullivan left a red on to let Trump in for that 55. It's got him in front in this frame. Trump looking for red and a colour for 4-1.
Foul, a miss. Judd Trump, 4.
And now just looking for this red.
1.
Looks like well, he's looking at the scoreboard. O'Sullivan does need a snooker, but not on a colour.
Well, you would presume that was a bad contact.
Judd Trump, 1.
Fortunately for Judd, as you say, Ronnie needs a snooker now.
Yeah, Trump pushed the black to the cushion to make it more difficult. Sullivan's seen enough, nodding his head.
Trump.
Trump's got him well and truly on the back foot here, playing good all-round snooker is Trump, and he's leading this semi-final by 4 frames to 1. Welcome back to Llandudno, first semi-final of the Tour Championship. Judd Trump on top at the moment, leading 4-1. There's 3 more frames to play this afternoon. It's first to 10 to reach the final against Mark Allen or Neil Robertson. Of course, if O'Sullivan were to win the title, he would go back to world #1, which would be a great achievement. He's not been top of the rankings since May 2010, so that's 9 years. Would underline just how well he's played in the really big events the last couple of years. But at the moment, got to concentrate on this match and these 3 frames. Got to try and get something out of this session now. If he could win 2 of the 3 that remain, he'd be very much in touch coming back this evening.
One.
There's a nice pot into a blind pocket. Didn't know 100% where the cue ball was going to end up, but he has got a pot of some sorts. Pink to the left corner. Should drop on the red to the left middle. And you think making a century break, something like certainly winning a frame at this visit would certainly
7.
Ronnie O'Sullivan a huge boost, get him back into this match. At the minute, this looks a little bit subdued. Partly due to the fact that he's been outplayed by his opponent, obviously.
8.
We all know how quickly Ronnie O'Sullivan can rack up frames. For Ronnie O'Sullivan, that's clumsy. He's still able to pot this red
15.
to left middle and screw out the bunch, but well, it goes without saying how much more difficult this positional shot is. Beautifully played. Beautifully played.
16.
I think there may be a red, and you just see it poking out the bunch. That's a lovely red to play to open the reds up.
23.
Playing this with screw.
24.
It was almost as if they made contact with a... He didn't do, it was like he made contact with the wrong red first. That's why the cue balls ended up in the black cushion, and this is an extremely tough pot. Made more so the fact you're 4-1 behind. No, that's brilliant.
$31.
Yeah, it's such a big shot that was. Sort of looked nonchalant,
32.
almost knocking it in.
$39. $40.
No doubt about his discipline. We saw it in that marathon frame last night with Stuart Bingham when the blue was over the pocket, red strap round it. There was a time when he just, no, he couldn't be bothered with that, but he played real hard match snooker all the way through
45.
that exchange.
$46.
Just coming out to see where he wants to leave the cue ball for this red that's to the left of the 4 reds and pink.
to the left corner. Looks like
49.
there's a bit too much angle just to drop with the black to the right corner pocket. Yeah, had to just brush the cue ball off the reds, which
50.
is played to his advantage actually. Just got right side of the blue. So this frame coming up to the 5-minute mark and getting pretty close to Ronnie O'Sullivan securing it. That's how quickly he can rack up the frames.
55. 56.
Just what he needed this afternoon.
$63. $64.
So this is the ball that's going to take him to the snooker's required stage. Well, a terrific response this from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Judd Trump controlled that last frame. But just
69.
one chance, one sniff of a chance is all it took here.
70.
Yeah, that black, when the cue ball ended up on the black cushion, was the one that will really give him that confidence. That was a great shot under pressure. He missed
77.
that. He was staring down 5-1.
78.
Serving out a little notice to his opponent. He's still here.
85. 86. $92. 93.
I think the red is on to the right middle. He needs to get pretty close to it, but black for the century. Wonderful break. Really is, because he did look under pressure to me.
100.
Tremendous response.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, 100
100
exactly
on the frame.
from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Exactly what he needed to get him going in this match. And remind Trump there is a match on. So Trump now leads 4-2.
Frame 7. Judd Trump to break.
So 2 frames left to play here this afternoon. I think whatever happens in them tonight is unmissable, isn't it? It's going to be a memorable evening, I think, with these two. Possible 11 frames to be played. Sullivan's just made 100 exactly to cut the gap to 2 again.
Yeah, Judd Trump would like to at least get one of these frames to guarantee a lead going into tonight's session. Poor break off though. Ronnie Sullivan's long pot success down at 42%, only 5 out of 12. That's, well, you're just going to struggle to create your own chances against someone like Judd Trump. If you're not putting your long pot success, it needs to be up to around about 70.
Yeah, Sullivan was watching anxiously. It's the red that he missed, came back across the table, just came away from the pocket though.
Take your pick. A red near either corner pocket. Neither are easy, really. That's why he's not even. Looks to me he's not even looking at. I don't know why he's decided on the one to the left corner. Probably play this with a touch of right hand side. More a safety shot really than a pot attempt.
Foul. And this. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4. Yeah. Can you bring it up, please, Leo?
Colin Humphries has requested the assistance of Leo Scully on the marker. There he is. To get this white right.
That way. Okay. Thank you.
Quite tentative first time, just a little bit more pace second time. Ronnie O'Sullivan is the first player Judd Trump actually saw play live. His dad took him to the Welsh Open. They lived in Bristol. Welsh Open was in nearby Newport when he was just 8 years old. And now look what he's doing against him.
1.
I mentioned Ronnie's long pot success stats. Okay, he's gone for 12 and
Judd
Judd's
Trump, 1.
only gone for 6, but Judd's got 5 out of those 6. He's 83%. Okay, the majority of that shot was safety, but excellent pot he found. Gave him the chance to take the upper hand in this frame now.
Yeah, this is where his game's changed, because when he first came on the scene, he would have knocked in the red and then tried some crazy shot on the brown and tried to just keep the break going, but he's learned so much discipline playing these other top players. And the point is, it's working for him now. He said at the Masters, he said, I know the crowd love entertainers, but they also love winners.
Foul. And this. Judd Trump,
Grossly
4.
underhit. Yeah, there was a shot earlier on in the match as well. He could have played a green to left middle after a long pot. Played the roll up behind the brown.
1.
Went towards him winning that frame.
Brown ball. 6.
Again, finding that area, right side of the blue.
$11. $12.
If he's straight in the pink, he may need to hold the spot. Pink may have to go in the black spot. He's not straight. So he's just checking to see where the pink's going to go after he pots it. He gets a nice angle on this red that's just to the left of the bunch. He'll be able to pot it and open the reds.
Garner is just measuring the spot to see the pink spots or not, otherwise it's going to go behind the pack. It does go on its spot.
Thank you. 18. $19.
I know I don't play anymore, but I'm so jealous of these players that can play with both hands. What a talent.
Yeah, you didn't do too badly with your right hand, in fairness.
$21.
Just feels though here that O'Sullivan's raised the stakes with that century, and Trump will feel, right, I've got to respond now.
22.
So just got to give this pink a little bit of attention. Yeah, no problem. I think it's plain sailing now to get to the winning line of this frame. Won't be worrying about the black.
28. $29. $35. $36.
This red now clears the pink. So the left
42.
corner pocket. It's always the easiest way to make a break round there using the pink.
43.
Now it's available to 4 pockets. Okay, the black scores higher, but it's only available to 2, so if you need to make a break to win a frame, it's always nice to have the pink in the open. Gives you many more options.
49. $50.
So red and
56.
pink. Put his opponent in the snooker's required stage.
57.
As you said, David, good response to that century break from Ronnie O'Sullivan in the previous frame. Although yet again, I think his opponent will come back to the table as he travel far enough for the red.
63.
I think just.
$64.
Yeah, he's played another really good frame. Long red, laid the snooker, and from the chance he got, he's taken out the frame with a big break. It sets up a huge last frame of the afternoon. 6-2 or 5-3. The main thing for Trump is he knows he's in front
69.
coming back tonight.
Judd Trump, 69.
So
and
a break
frame.
of 69 from Judd Trump. He goes 3 clear again. Big last frame coming up this afternoon. Trump leading O'Sullivan 5-2. One more frame to be played then in this opening session. Judd Trump leads Ronnie O'Sullivan 5-2.
Final frame of the session. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
So Trump halfway to the semis. You can hear O'Sullivan getting great support from this Llandudno crowd. He knows he'll be trailing, but by how many? Big frame this.
It's only 8 this afternoon.
Trump just checking with the referee that this is the last frame of the session.
Yeah, I think if we go back to one of the stories of this afternoon is Ronnie O'Sullivan's long pot success, 5 out of 12. If he'd have got, say, 9 or 10 out of 12, he'd have created some chances and the scoreline might be vastly different. I always felt when I was in the position that Judd Trump's in now, you really, really want this last frame to extend that lead going into the second session. It's always kind of deflating when you've been by far the better player and you only come out with a 2-frame advantage. Okay, it's an advantage, but you do want that gap to be as wide as possible. Ronnie O'Sullivan eyeing up this long straight red up and down. Just needs good cueing. And that was, well, anything but, I'm afraid. That's been the story of his afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely made a difference. Just because he's taken so many on, he's taken on 13 long pots, got 5. Look at that, he's down at 38% now.
There's the difference.
2.
Second red goes in. It's very rare Ronnie O'Sullivan's pot success is under 90%. It's down at 85. He's going to get a chance here though to increase that.
Judd Trump, 2.
The pressure black missed by Judd Trump. If that went in, well, he knew if that went in, there was a chance to get that 4-frame advantage. Ronnie would be, well, maybe not delighted, but he'd be very pleased to come out of this 5-3.
This is the beauty, I think, of these long matches for an audience. This is such a key frame. It's frame 8 of a possible 19, but it's where it is in that 19. It's the last frame of the session. Frame they're both desperate to win. Just added to the pressure on them.
Judd's lining this up. Cue ball's not going to be able to avoid the bunch of reds. But it's safely in.
One. Eight. Nine.
Going back to Judd. When you've dominated every stat, you've played by far the better snooker in the match. You feel that you've got to justify that with having that 4-frame advantage. So that in itself puts a bit of pressure on this break.
$15. 16.
'He just finished slightly the wrong side of the blue. Doesn't give much away, Trump, but you just see the slight annoyance there in his face. Just kept on running.
21.
Looks like he's on this red though too. His corner.
22.
Great chance this, and of course it comes from
29.
Trump first missing that black, but then crucially O'Sullivan missing the red to the left middle to let him back in again.
30. $37. 38.
Just lost the cue ball.
45.
Well, this is a big shot in this afternoon session. Oh, fantastic. Really got into the white there, didn't he? That'll make him feel so good.
he just hits those shots better than anyone in the game. And it looks so easy. Played with an element of safety. And obviously those shots are easier 5-2 ahead than 5-2 behind.
Rambo.
Not sure about that one though. And now there is Judd.
50.
Potted the brown into the right side of the pocket thick, which took the pace out of the cue ball. This is definitely missable. Just coming around to see if the red behind the pink is available to the left corner as an option. Yeah, that was very missable. Very left the cue ball,
50.
but very fortunate.
So he leads by 52. There's a possible 75 on. I think this red does pop past the other one near the pocket. Yeah, you can see there it goes.
One.
Bottom line for O'Sullivan tonight is he's going to have to improve. Pot success at 83%, long pot success 38%. He's behind in the safety as well. There's time for it to happen.
Six.
But clearly the early frames tonight are going to be crucial in this match.
7.
Trump still needs this black. O'Sullivan at the moment can tie. Well, there's no doubt he's played the better snooker in all areas, and it looks like, barring snookers, he's going to be 4 frames in front coming back this evening.
Joe Trump, 14. One.
We've seen comebacks already in this tournament. We know it can happen. We know O'Sullivan certainly got the game, but at the moment he's looking for improvements. Trump is looking confident.
4.
He's already beaten O'Sullivan, remember, in 2 finals this season.
Five.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that
8.
Ronnie O'Sullivan looks slightly intimidated by his opponent at the moment.
Joe Trump, 8 and a frame.
Well, we'll see what happens tonight, but Judd Trump will be very satisfied with his afternoon's work. He's just 4 frames away from a place in the final of the Tour Championship. He leads Ronnie O'Sullivan at the halfway stage, 6-2.
If he's going to avoid being swamped, O'Sullivan needs a quick start. We know he's more than capable,
Okay.
but he will have to
Thank
improve
you, ladies and gentlemen.
on this
frame
afternoon's
9.
showing.
Judd Trump to break.
Trump in the driver's seat. Of that there is no issue, no debate.
One.
Yeah, not bad for starters then. Ronnie O'Sullivan is going to have to start dictating tonight. That's the kind of where he's going to have to start knocking in.
Eight.
So he's already done something he didn't do in frames 5, 7 and 8, which is to pot a ball. He was blanked in those
9.
3 frames. O'Sullivan at his best, Alan, is so formidable. The way I look at this, potentially he's 45 minutes away from
14.
being level.
Yeah,
15.
he's not one to panic, as Ronnie. He knows that there's a long, long way to go. Of course, it is first to 10 this evening rather than first to 9 in the quarter-finals. Because of that, just the extra bit of leeway. But as we know, must get off to a good start this evening. Looks quite satisfied. Seems to be on this red.
22. $23.
I think especially early on tonight, he's going to try and pick the pace up just a touch. As Phil made a good point there, you know, if he gets himself going, we know what he's like in full cry. And knock a couple of frames off in jig time. Yeah, clever. Clever little cannon. Impossible not to be on one, the shot he
30.
played.
And it has to be said, as I mentioned in the review of the first session, in the 4th frame he went into the reds quite nicely and was unlucky not to drop on something easier. Little things like that make a big difference.
$31.
By the way, our tournament sponsor Coral were offering O'Sullivan 100 to 30 to win the match at the beginning of this session. 3 1/3 to 1. It could be value.
36. 37. $44. 45. 52. 53.
Yeah, the bottom red below the pink spot doesn't go to left corner, so he's going deep here. He's got to hit this sweep. Middle one of them will go. That was sweet as a bag of sugar, that shot. That was a beauty.
60. $61.
The expression suggests consternation.
Yeah, as long as it's just a soft cannon in the red. I played to shove them. Yeah, that's just fine. And what a start. Ronnie O'Sullivan fans out
67.
there hoping for the man to come out firing tonight. This has been
68.
the perfect start. There they are.
75.
Hoping for a close contest tonight, I'm sure. Well, we all are.
76.
Worth remembering, last year the Players' Championship was here in Llandudno, and they met in the semi-finals, these two. Different distance. O'Sullivan won 6-5 from 2-0 and 4-3 down. So not quite the same level of comeback, but
82.
goes to show he's got fight in him. Ah,
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 82.
deprived of the century, but not of the frame. Red from distance, big break. That's a recipe for success. And O'Sullivan pulls one back. It's 6-3. Welcome back to the first semi-final of the Coral Tour Championship.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
The first frame of the evening
Right, please.
lasted 7 minutes and 33 seconds. It was short, it was sharp, but was it a shock to Trump?
Mentioned early on this afternoon, this is the danger ball. You don't really want to believe in Judd. How's he feeling tonight?
One.
There's your answer. Another crunching pot.
Six. Seven.
Sometimes even the very best have to trust to a certain amount of luck.
14.
Well, at least there's a pot available.
$15.
Did well there. Did really well, not just to pot the red, but also to hold the cue ball. And now a position of promise.
17.
Yeah, that's not the kind of break off that Ronnie's looking for. Not in this company.
$18.
Yes, in 9-ball pool, the break-off is massively important. Not quite so important as in snooker, but you should never disrespect it.
$25.
It's that one shot tells you a lot about Judd Trump. 2 years ago, guaranteed he would have attacked a bunch of reds off that. Biding his time,
26.
building the break. Firm stun. There's the power. Oh, that's unlucky. That is unfortunate.
31.
Well, if he's not on the red to right middle, that actually might do him a favour, because that's such a horrible shot to take on, bridging over not one but 2 or 3 reds.
It's actually a horrible position he finds himself in here. He might have to get the long stuff out and somehow try and find a way to get the cue ball in behind that red near the corner. You can obviously see this red to right middle. I think if he could possibly land the cue ball just the top side of that left middle pocket. He's looking at the low side of it.
One of those cases, Alan, and they do crop up from time to time, where a player has been penalised for a good shot.
Yeah. He's just looking at the low, just low the middle pocket. It's a clever shot. It's also quite clever because he knows he's leaving the red in bulk. He's tempting Ronnie to maybe try and play an aggressive safety shot off that. Very interesting little passage of play here. He's dangled the little carrot and he's just hoping that Ronnie mishits this and loses the cue ball. That's why Ronnie's taking his time, having a second look. This ain't going to be easy because the butt's going to be in the air. Easy to impart some unwanted side. Yeah, well done. Played it nicely. You just got to hope he doesn't leave a red behind the black spot here. That's the danger, and there's the red. He's left it. This you just now feel is a huge visit of this match. Ronnie O'Sullivan can take advantage here. Said that was the worry, pushing a red down between black and black cushion.
all three frames that O'Sullivan has won so far, they've all been by relatively
7.
comfortable means. Breaks of 64, 182. If he could pinch one, he might have lost. That could have a bigger psychological impact.
Yeah, actually helps Ronnie being left-handed here. He can get that right-hand side on this. He doesn't want to trickle onto that red, the right half of it anyway. See, he got the side to come the left side of the red. Pink is on too.
Twenty. 21.
You saw the split-second grimace just before he played that shot. I think it's because he's knocked the three reds close together and they're a little bit awkward.
Always interesting the order that you take the reds. You take that red there because now he can play for two off this one shot. Okay, red to middle, red to corner. Already thinking about the way to tackle those reds Phil was
35.
mentioning as he hits the front.
36.
At the very least, the two together to left corner are an offset plant that you'd expect him to get, but that'll be a last resort. Which he might have to settle for now. He's coming round to look at the offset plant this time. Yeah, now he's seeing it. I think if he plays it, yeah, touching, pretty much touching. If he plays it, it's almost guaranteed to get it, for me.
$44.
Big crowd in, you can hear a pin drop. So we size up the plant, here goes.
Yeah, the only, I mean, the pot's guaranteed for me. The only proviso I'd put in it is the red that he's going to cannon, the top one, doesn't want to push that to the left cushion. Oh, well, that is a
Ronnie
shock.
O'Sullivan,
a
50.
real shock, and I think Ronnie is as shocked as I am. Could not see for the life of me how he could miss that. He just played it too straight.
Four words, let off the hook. Not recommended against O'Sullivan.
One.
23 points the lead, so red, colour, red.
Five.
Now then, decision time. Do you leave a mid-distance missable red, or brown to try and get in tight behind it? It's the mid-distance red. You want to screw it on and off the cushion. Yeah, that's well played. Yeah, that gives you just the shot you want. Always use the cushions in shots like that.
10.
Frame ball then.
$14. $16.
Played this so positively, didn't he? Didn't bail out with the cue ball either. Full commitment. He's back to 2 behind.
19. $23. $28. $34.
Breaks of 50 and 41. O'Sullivan this evening has come out swinging. The gap erodes. Trump's lead is down to just 6-4. Game on. Judd Trump
Thank you,
has
frame 11.
much to think
Judd
about
Trump to break.
as he breaks off in frame 11. Anyone who suspected this could possibly develop into a runaway needs to think again.
Judd be tempted here. The red second left. The two is a possible. Not the one nearest the corner. No. He's just having to defend just for the minute. You've got to love best of 19 matches, don't you? Swings and momentum, winning frames and bunches. Ronnie's the man with it. He's the present.
Yes, and O'Sullivan's pot success rate is now improving to something like its normal level. Still a little below what we normally expect, but it was 82% at the start of this session. Now it's up to 87%. 90 really is the benchmark. Certainly for him. Oh, and that cue ball just glided and glided and glided.
Fantastic shot. Played it as well. See it again, perfect contact. well said, the bed of this table, like greased lightning. Two cushion glancer then. Pink is the danger ball, could catch it full. Oh, well done. Two reds then, to below and left of the pink. Doesn't want a big bounce here. He's not
Judd
gotten
trump
it.
four.
He's worried about a free ball there just for a second. The only thing about the two reds he's trying to hit, the second one, the one that's nearest the pink, he could catch that quite full.
Okay, check that, please. Little bit over.
Yeah, it's good stuff this from Ronnie, because
Can you just bring that up, please, Leo?
Judd in his chair knows that Ronnie won't steal a millimetre of advantage when he plays this. Ronnie will play this on a feeling. It'll be the feeling that he had when he played it first time round.
The marker assisting our referee Colin Humphries is Leo Scullion.
Yeah. Between me and you, so because you're talking millimetres, so do you want me to move it slightly to the right? It's close enough on the screen, you see. So, do you want me to go a bit further over?
Yeah, as I say, Ronnie will play this on the feeling of the last shot he played. He'll have that muscle memory right now, so
Yeah.
he won't
Okay, Judd, thank you.
pinch anything. Almost immaterial because the shot's difficult.
Foul,
Close,
miss.
wasn't it?
Judd trump four. Yeah.
There was a situation like this afternoon, wasn't there? Sorry. Judd was, I think he had 3 or 4 attempts, didn't he? Just trying to learn the shot, and he
Say
got
it
it
again.
right 4th or 5th time.
Yes, in the opening frame, actually. He turned a negative into a positive on that occasion, and O'Sullivan, with the right contact here, could do exactly the same. Just needs a flick, that's all.
Foul, miss. Judd trump four. Yeah.
Just as I said this afternoon, 12 penalty points is a small price to pay for eventually getting it back into the safety of bulk.
Thank you. Foul, miss. Judd trump
Free
four.
ball possibility. No, he's just okay.
Slightly. Thank you. Foul, miss. Judd trump full. Yeah.
Groundhog Day a month or so late.
Yeah, just thinking as well. You know, I've heard a lot of people, pals and such like,
Thank you.
criticise the misrule. This is where, for me, it's actually brilliant. You've got to hit a red. Simple as that. Well, he's all right, but for a possible plant at the pink spot. Judd not showing any interest in it, so he got away with one there as Ronnie, but sometimes you just earn your luck. He did work for it, didn't he? Ball contact a must, figure of 8, has to get a lot of this red. Yeah, he did get lots of it. Brilliant shot. Where's the red? Where's the red? No, not this time.
Calling all pockets, none of them listened.
Yeah, I don't think Ronnie can quite pot this straight enough to be able to hold for pink. Yeah, looking to see if he's got pink to right middle and play for both. I actually fancy him getting on the pink here. He'll be playing 2 cushions with a kind of stun come screw. And he might even brush the 3 reds. Well, if he brushes this single red in the face, this is perfect.
One.
Just slipped past it, didn't it? See, I was expecting Ronnie to get a bit deeper into the cue ball there. I think the pink was a possibility to right middle. Now this is a toughie.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
That really was asking an awful lot. Tough pot in itself. All of those reds down that end of the table. He knew it could be really expensive. And now,
One.
Trump's best opportunity of the evening so far. I think, Alan, that's another difference with Trump
8.
of late. Seen him in situations like that in the past, and he's got at things like a bull at a gate. Now he just sort of sits back, calms down, composes himself, and gets on with it. Although that particular white has got away from him to a degree. Just basically so much more well-rounded.
15. 16.
He's always been lean, now he's mean and a winning machine.
Put the phone off, please.
I think that's the
23.
first mobile phone I've heard ring all week.
$24. $31.
Yeah, it's a good point that Phil made, because as a snooker player, some of the hardest work you have to do is actually when you're sitting in your chair, preparing for your next visit. You have to be ready to take these chances when they come along, especially when you're under the cosh, which he has been this evening so far. Along in his merry way. Here. Quite a bit to do. Yeah, trying to be
38.
aggressive. And the Red's no problem here with this bat. Well, won't be a problem because he'll do well to reach this in the green pocket.
Well, the branding iron or the swan neck offers maximum elevation, but are they lengthy enough?
Yeah, the other thing is he's right-handed with the rest, Judd. So it's actually a bit more awkward. See, if he played with the rest left-handed, he could probably reach it. Oh, I know he's got an eye for a pot. He's going to need it if he's going to cut this red in. Hoping to play it as a shot to nothing, mind you. Possible cannon on the green. Cue ball probably going around the brown spot, that sort of area. Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is. Eye for a pot, did I say? My goodness.
And that really is instinct, because when the cue ball and object ball are so close together and you're potting into a blind pocket, you've got to be working on intuition.
Brown ball.
Oh, the only kiss that was going to hurt him there was cushion first and full ball. I suppose the only criticism is, why is he flirting with this red at all? Why is he coming on and off the black cushion? Maybe being a wee bit hypercritical, but I guess we'll never know.
Yes, and because 20 of Trump's points came via penalties, there's still an awful lot of points on the table. Ample for O'Sullivan to get back into the frame.
Judd Trump, 43.
All of a sudden, this frame's got different complexion to it, doesn't it? With Ronnie pushing that red out. Danger written all over this safety shot. Where's the red going to go? Doesn't really want it travelling too far. Hitting the black's a bonus, actually. Settle for that, will Ronnie?
O'Sullivan has produced so many massive clearances to win frames in the past. Now, I think it would be incorrect to say this table is ideal for a counter-attack, but it's certainly one he could work with if he got the opportunity.
Wants to catch this red super thin. Not bad. Yeah, see, he's not all that intent on trying to snooker Judd there. He's just trying to leave Judd in a situation where it's difficult to not push a red towards that left corner. Or at least open that little cluster of reds up a little. Expect a couple of them at least to move here. Cue ball going close to the green pocket. Close to the green pocket. Yeah, well played in the end. If there's anyone in the game that can play this shot, it's Judd Trump. If they're playing the pot, he's going to be playing it not so much with a deep screw, it's just stun, trying to kill the cue ball almost where it is. Chance of being on pink, but doesn't want to shift other reds. It's exactly what he's done, and Ronnie O'Sullivan has a chance for the counter-attack. Possible chance to win the frame now.
Yes, and bringing out the black was a double whammy.
One. Eight. Nine.
Well, there's no applause, but the control on that shot was unreal. Get the blue back in its spot. I agree with you, Phil. Ronnie O'Sullivan down the years has been the ambassador of the ambush.
14.
Is he about to produce another?
15.
Well, getting the blue back on its spot helped by also freeing up the yellow for a little later on. He knocked the green safe just before he got in, actually,
Sure.
ironically. That might be the saviour ball for Trump.
23.
As it's turned out, it's the white that's the saviour, because that was an absolutely thumping kick. Well, the red went as well. We've not seen too many kicks this week, Alan, but that was a horrible one.
Yes, it sure was. That wasn't Ronnie's fault. Part of the game, I'm afraid, and something that I feel we'll never get rid of.
And that was a kick in another sense. It's transformed the whole vibe of the frame.
Green ball.
Yeah, the only good thing, try and get that green out. Oh yeah, he's played that
Ronnie
lovely.
O'Sullivan, 23.
Good shot, good concentration after the disappointment. See it again, the red just jumped, didn't it?
Yes, that was one of those kicks, actually, where both balls were affected. The red jumped, and the white, all of the backspin was drained out of it.
Oh, how dinky is this? What a shot that is. What a safety. Very unfortunate Ronnie can get this red. And even repay the compliment up behind the bulk colours. He's got it, you know.
When a player makes a mistake, they say the balls don't forgive. Maybe they feel sorry for O'Sullivan after that kick.
Not round the back of it, is it? No, good shot.
Well, last night, on the way to sing off Stuart Bingham, O'Sullivan played a 49-minute frame. This one is going to be over half an hour for sure. Don't worry, folks, he's not slowing down. It's just the way things have gone.
A little tempter then. Is it worth it? Where's the value?
Quiet, please.
Noise at the back of the auditorium, just upsetting Judd's concentration. So reset.
Oh, by James, what a good shot that is. Oh.
One.
Yeah, bravery, heart, courage, or anything you like wasn't attached to that shot.
.46 points ahead as he consults the scoreboard. So this red will leave O'Sullivan requiring snookers.
So it looks like the old long game being back on point. Just in the nick of time.
11.
I'll say it's not how, it's how many. Judd has got his first frame on the board tonight. It looks that way anyway. That red confirms it.
12.
Yes, both have had bad luck in this frame. Trump a couple of times positionally. O'Sullivan obviously with that monster kick. In the end though,
19.
the younger man gets his first frame on the board this evening.
20. $26. 28. 31. 40. Judd Trump 31 and a frame.
Judd Trump is keeping Ronnie O'Sullivan at arm's length. The lead is now 7-4. Welcome back to Venue Cymru in Llandudno on the North Wales coastline. It's the first semi-final of the inaugural Coral Tour Championship. Judd Trump has just popped out. He'll be pleased with his 7-4 lead. It's been an eventful match, and one, I think, which has got quite some way to go. Two unusual statistics for you. The last frame lasted 33 minutes, which for these two is an eternity. And it's also worth bearing in mind that Trump is holding sway, even though his highest break is a modest, for him, 69.
Yeah, Ronnie has developed a little habit in this match, hasn't he? I think almost every break off he's left this red. See it again. A dangerous business leaving this type of shot. Crunching on red.
One.
He actually hit that a little thick, and at that pace to go in, to me, was a wee bit of a surprise.
He just muscled it home, didn't he? Although it was a pile driver over red. Red above the black will go. Wait for the one right of the bunch, just about on it.
6. Seven.
Is he straight enough to play this without using a cushion? Oh, he's taking his eye off the pot.
Judd Trump 7.
Would you believe that? He's thinking so much about the cue ball, he's completely forgotten to pot the blue.
One.
This requires historical context. Mid-80s UK Championship final, Willie Thorne missed an unmissable blue like that when he was in command against Steve Davis. Eventually was beaten. In snooker, we call it a Willie Thorne blue, don't we? And that most certainly was.
9.
Yes, there it is again. He's as shocked as the rest of us at that blue not disappearing. Yeah, there's going to be a case in point here. I don't think Ronnie's going to go into the pack. Stephen made that point. Break builds in a kind of slightly different way these days. There's a couple of loose reds he can still build from. Going into the pack was risky.
16.
With the skills he has around the pink spot, why not wait a few?
17. $24. 25. 32.
last chance then. Good angle on a colour. Oh, he's got
33.
it too. He's got it. Yeah, by Ronnie standards.
40.
That was a little clumsy. No long red on. 33-point lead the way the balls are. Well, far from decisive.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 40.
Trump might have expected to have been more heavily punished than that.
Push another red safe. That's what he'd like to do. Yeah, he's hesitant with this one because the red could go close to yellow if he pushes the white into the corner. And he knows how deadly Judd is. But he doesn't want to risk that. Yeah, right, pushes the red safe. See, that's all right. I always think in these situations, if you're Judd Trump, don't be too bothered about pushing a red safe yourself. First things first, the way this frame, the way the table's lying, try to get back in the frame. Try to get the next chance. Don't be too... I say, Ronnie's going to push this safe here. But don't worry about that. That's going to happen. Just accept it and move on. And he's left one. As I say, you're not going to win the frame at this visit, but get yourself back in it in some shape or form.
One.
See, the other thing is, if you do get yourself back in it, all of a sudden Ronnie needs the the tough reds. As I say, there's no point in fretting over things that are out with your control at the time, for the time being anyway.
Three. Four. 7. Judd Trump, 7.
Another pot that no one expected, but you saw there the red jumped. Hope we're not going to start seeing a lot of kicks. And it's a really scruffy table now.
White.
Yes, it must have been a kick because as soon as he's back at the table, Trump's asking referee Colin Humphries to clean the cue ball.
It's funny actually, Judd getting the cue ball cleaned there. It's almost like players do this a lot. It's almost like telling everyone, by the way, that last shot that I missed, it wasn't my fault, I got a kick.
This, Alan, is the kind of frame our colleague Stephen Hendry tried to avoid like the plague. You just got to be patient.
Yeah, so we can do. Yeah, Judd, happy playing the drop on. The drop on the red, but I was thinking that this kind of situation as well, the reds will come out eventually of their own accord. It's just, you've just got to wait for a chance to get them in the open. It will come though. Here's one of them coming out now. This fill in the face. Yeah, good shot. And another. Yeah, he's going to open them all up here, is he? Playing the screw into them, is he playing the pot? Played the pot. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful shot.
1.
Disappointed with that, but you know, he's just about back in the frame now. Once upon a time you could have given Judd Trump the run around in this type of situation. Those days are no more.
Judd Trump, 8.
Yes, and also, once upon a time, Ronnie O'Sullivan might have become frustrated and impatient. By and large, those days are no more. He occasionally lapses, but very rarely. Another cracking pot from Trump. But this table is such hard work.
Green ball. Judd Trump, 1.
Yeah, cracking pot again. Nicely on the black. The green being off its spot then just helps this shot. No real risk of any cannon, so in behind the red. This looks good actually.
Eight. Judd Trump, 8.
Yeah, it may look negative that, but I can see his thinking. He's thinking, I'm not going to pot the red and get any sort of angle in a colour to promote any of these two reds. So he's thought, well, why risk it? And not a bad ploy. This frame actually wasn't really big in earnest until these two reds are in play. Will he risk here getting tight to green and yellow? Or is it bulk cushion? Yeah, bulk cushion. And spring the reds into play. Very, very cagey stuff again.
Yes, and there in one fell swoop, the frame just opened.
This is a bonus through that gap.
I think this frame is a classic example, Alan. He's not getting outfoxed, is he, Trump? Those days, as you say, are over.
He has to get some pace in this red now, Ronnie. He doesn't want to leave it near left middle. See, trying to inject pace in it. Good shot, that is excellent. So it was quite dangerous that, if you just try to park the cue ball in the corner, you could have left the red dangerously near that left middle. Absolutely fascinating end to this last frame of the first mini session then. The red that Ronnie's pushing back up table here, I just want to push this just past the blue spot. See, you don't really want to push it to the baulk line or into baulk, because it leaves quite an easy safety shot. You see that? Just little small things in the game you've got to just be aware of. I'm not saying Ronnie's not aware of aware of everything in this game, but you see, the point is there now, he's got a chance about it beating in behind black playing this. Sometimes the obvious safety shot isn't really the way to go about it. Playing side to side. Yeah, that's Ronnie's own making the trouble that he's... Well, not massive trouble, but... Fascinating stuff. I do believe, though, that the last shot that Judd played, he should have really tried to get in behind black. Wasn't massive risk attached to it. Well, it's gone now, obviously, but...
The white past the line of the brown. No hampered queuing.
Keep making calls, but I fancy him for this. I think his backswing's a wee bit longer tonight.
Yeah, sure.
I think his potting's a wee bit more on point, a bit more reliable. I just got a little feeling about this shot here. Sometimes something feels right. Dangerous thing to predict, but...
And also the pressure might be off a little because of the awkward red on the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah, you didn't even have to look at that shot. Just listen to it. Sweet snooker symphony. Crack in the back of the pocket. Back in control then. push the other red into play if he wishes. If it's a natural, he's in business here because he'd be naturally
8.
on the pink. Just caress the red. Just a few inches. He did it beautifully. Not all that nice on the pink. No wonder he's building himself up for this brown. This will take cueing of the highest order. That was not easy.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 9.
Look around the table. Look at everything that's left. And you know it's within Trump's capabilities to do this. Yes, the cue ball will be travelling quite some distance.
One.
The biggest problem looking ahead would be potting blue to get on the pink. Brown to blue, no bargain either. But we can't discount him.
Yeah, what he's thinking about here is trying to get an angle on the yellow, pot the yellow and shift the blue first time round. It's a good piece of thinking, actually. Whether he chooses to go about it that way remains to be seen, but you know, the cannon on the blue off the yellow, you'd be hard pressed to see him not have some sort of shot in the green. He's going deep here in the green, so he may well be playing that, is he? Yeah, he's playing it. Well, he's not playing it for certain. He's still thinking about it, but I think there's big value in it, because brown to blue as things stand, he'd be hard pressed to get nice on it. Cannon on the blue then.
Six.
Yeah. So I'm going to take this on. It's quite important he pots this. Ronnie doesn't need the blue as things stand. Good shot.
Nine.
And crucially, there is an angle there. Maybe not as much as he would like. The crowd applaud, but he needed to be wider off the cushion.
Yeah, that's why he tried to shift the blue. 2 shots ago, wasn't it? Good thinking all round, to be honest.
Judd Trump, 13.
He was watching the blue there with keen interest. He didn't want to nudge the black close to a cushion because he needs it. He needs all three colours. O'Sullivan only needs blue and pink.
Yeah, playing the snooker, pushing the blue back up. Can he hold the cue ball down in this corner? Well, double kiss. Needs it to travel. I think it just about has. He's just about gotten away with this. It's potable, but control-wise, very little doing. He takes the pot on. I suppose if he plays it thin, the cue ball up and down, the one thing you'd expect the blue to maybe go up the side cushion if he missed it. Oh, good shot. Oh, where's the cue ball?
Ronnie O'Sullivan 5.
That was cruel. Smashing pot. Now we know how good O'Sullivan has been over the years with these blues to the corner pockets. Will the cue action deliver at this critical juncture? You'd better believe it. And of course, with the 5 penalty points from the in-off, Trump now needs a snooker. We've just seen back-to-back frames of half an hour. Marathons for these two, but O'Sullivan won't mind in the least. He's bang back in this match. The score, 7-5.
No more intervals. This is the fight to the finish.
Judd trumps a break.
And Ronnie O'Sullivan has given himself every chance winning that dramatic pre-interval frame. First to 10 into the final. Judd Trump getting us underway in frame 13. A couple of lengthy frames there at the end of that mini session, which maybe wasn't what we were expecting with these two, but they're both excellent in all departments. They showed it in the safety game.
Well, they are, Dave, but also they're both human beings and they're suffering nerves, nervy frames, frames that went a little scrappy, but they were always very absorbing little passages of play in all those frames, and I suspect we might get more of that because they've been so easy, even for these two, that you just clear up every visit.
Yeah, there've been mistakes as well. That adds to the intrigue. But in the end, Trump unlucky with the in-off, you've got to feel. And O'Sullivan polled a good blue off the spot. Sort of blue you'd expect him to get, but there was pressure on it at this stage. So Trump just quietly sat with his brother Jack, just having a quiet chat in the interval. And that's been such a difference to him, of course, this season, having Jack here, someone he's able to talk to during matches, before and after matches.
Yes, I mean, to lose that session 3-1 is not the worst outcome imaginable when you've already got a 4-frame lead going into it. To lose them all clearly would have been no good at all. A lot depends on what happens in the next 2 frames, I think. But it's been a horrific game. It's had most things. Lots of nerves. A couple of close frames as well, like the last one we saw.
I think in general, this week we've seen how this sport comes into its own when the matches get longer and there's time for twists and turns. Something you usually only see in finals or, of course, at the World Championship where all the matches are over a long distance.
I think Judd certainly can get to the side of the bunch, so it's not that he's in any trouble here, not really. Wouldn't want to hit the bunch too fat because he would potentially leave a red over a pocket. Thin contact required.
think the safety play between these two has also been remarkably good. It doesn't surprise me, but again, it's not the first thing you consider when you think about their game. You think of your John Higgins and your Mark Selby safety and tactical knowledge, but these two have got everything. That one could have been very good with just a little bit more pace on it. Now again, Trump putting O'Sullivan in a bit of trouble. A clear shot at one red, but if he's going to play it thin, he's got to hit it accurately. Judd Trump is just ever so slightly winning this battle. Again, Ronnie O'Sullivan has not got a shot at many reds. He didn't want to play the red to the right, which he could hit completely. Because it's quite hard to catch a thin edge. He might, if he gets it put back, play the other red this time, I think. You might consider it, because he can definitely get to it when the balls are replaced. Yeah, I don't think he could miss it altogether where it was first put down, because the blue would have been in the way. I think that's about right. Thank you. Bit off the cushion. It's Judd saying that, and that's against his best interest.
He's going to check with Marcel Leclerc, the marker, who's got the freeze frame in front of him.
And we get the feeling it's bang on.
That way.
Certainly the line looks to be right.
Yeah.
As I say, he has got a clear shot at a red, so he has to be a little careful here if he misses the second time.
One thing that could see O'Sullivan through is his application. He could not have tried harder in this match. There was no carry on with the referee there, was there, like we saw in the last tournament. Just wanted it right. Trump as well, battling for every opening in this match. It's a proper snooker match, this, isn't it? Really enjoyable. It hasn't all been huge breaks flying in, but great match play.
Yes, and he's left a long red, but I don't know whether Judd will fancy it all that much. After long bouts of safety, these long putts seem more difficult. Ah, brilliant. No problem. Potting was not blunted by that safety exchange.
No, he's 3 out of 4 for long potting. It's excellent from Trump.
Well, he really got hold of that.
5.
If anything, too much.
Six.
Same thing. Overscrewed, like the shot I mentioned a couple of shots back.
12.
To the point where he's not on a red. Well, he's looking at a plant here, I tell you this. He said he had a bit of a brain freeze in his previous match when he went for a shot in the last frame, and black really was very ambitious. This plant, is it the right shot at this stage? These reds are a long way apart. This is tough. I don't know if that was kidology or not.
Shot from 12.
I don't think the plant was the right shot, and even he thought it in the end.
One.
He's not missing any of those middle to long range shots, but once again, it's no good. Not to continue the break anyway. He believes that he could cut this in potentially. Missed it, he would leave it over the pocket. And he would block the pocket. That's a good shot. He certainly would have blocked the pocket, but it's even better now. He feels that there's a plant on. I don't think it's as difficult as the one he looked at previously, but he's still got to make it. He's got to cut the first red quite thin onto the second one.
8.
Well, he's trying to stay positive and trying to keep breaks going here, even though it's a pretty unpromising looking table to get from colour to red. Well, what a shot he tried there. Tried to hit the reds, break the reds open off the yellow.
10.
Yeah, I'm sure he feels that if he plays aggressively,
Your trump,
it's a
10.
way of getting O'Sullivan on the back foot, showing him that he's going to go for his shots. He tried something special here to put into the reds. Didn't quite come off.
And on the replay, as you see, the cue ball's always going to arc away from right to left. Top spin on there. And this frame taking a pattern not dissimilar to the one in the previous couple. Highly tactical. Eventually the ball's going a little awkwardly.
Well, he's knocked it over the corner pocket.
Just wonder whether Ronnie would consider playing cushion first here. Taking a risk and trying to get into the reds and make things happen. Don't have to. But he could play right cushion, swing the cue all wide, and potting this. And that's what he tried to do. Goodness me. Exactly what he meant.
1.
Goodness me. Oh, he had to take a risk, but he didn't pay off. Needs to get out of there, get the cue away from all the reds.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Well, that's opened things up.
It has. It's another very good shot because you can only really get to one red there. You can see these safety shots go unnoticed occasionally, but they're both playing some good ones. This is another tough one O'Sullivan is faced with.
Well, again, he's knocked a red towards the pocket. Difference this time is, though, the reds are now open. Previously, O'Sullivan tried to get into them to get the game open, but in the previous shot Trump played, he did open them. The black's in play.
Yes, he's faced with a similar sort of a problem to the previous. It's not easy to get the cue ball out of that little corner on this shot. There you see it. He couldn't help but cannon the red, whichever way he played it. Played with lots of drag and left-hand side. But if he plays the pink, it's very difficult. And it's not a nice angle, this. No guarantees of being on a red either. Tremendous shot. He's not behind the red, but I'll tell you what, that was a very fine pot.
7. Eight.
That was also very good. Again, no applause or anything, but he hit it beautifully. I feel this is a very big point in the match. We've had a few already. This feels like another one. He can make a few here and win the frame. He's right back in it. Going into the session 6-2 down, you can make very few errors from there.
10. $11.
Very nice atmosphere in here tonight. A lot of people, but they're all engrossed in a pin drop.
$17. $18.
I just feel he's one positional shot away from being right in. Not that the reds are that difficult to get on. They're not badly placed. But from where he is, it's not so easy. The wrong end of the table, so to speak. Well, I don't know
22.
if he'd have been on one had he not just glanced off the pink as he did. Certainly changed direction and the pace on the cue ball. You want to give himself every chance of being on something. Now he's looking at the plant. Again, it's not easy. Cue ball surely running away though if he plays it.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 22.
I don't suppose we'll ever know, but certainly that, as I say, that little touch on the pink totally changed the position on that last shot. And Trump is relentless at that sort of range.
1.
The shot I meant, it, as I say, just flicked onto the pink. And that seemed to make all the difference.
Yeah. 7.
So I'm just having the cue ball cleaned. He's not been winning frames necessarily with big breaks. He's been getting in front, making enough. 69 is highest break of the day.
Eight.
He wanted to be straight on pink, really, to run through easily on the red. There's a bit of an angle on it, but he can still play to get on the red, albeit not right behind it.
$14. $15.
Well, very similar.
Exactly, and with the red further down the table, at this time he can't get on the red. He's brilliant at going in and out of bulk, though. It's one thing he does, swinging the cue ball around the angles. But even then, it's going to be tough to get on one this time. I think he's looking towards bulk. No way this time of getting back round the table.
Well, we've just had a frame of
21.
just under 33 minutes, a frame of 31 minutes. This has been going just under 25. Trump's 24 in front. Still 3 reds on, though. I guess he's happy to see the red on the right side cushion.
Foul and a miss. 21 Judd Trump for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Ronnie won't have it put back without having a good look at this. The reason Trump played it so thin was a thicker contact. He might have hit the black. Hardly anything in it there. Probably having it put back would be favoured, because missed again, it would be the 3 strikes and out would come into play.
We're going to check again with the freeze frame technology.
An inch. Oh, okay. Thank you.
So very thin. Well, that changes everything, because it's almost a carbon copy, because he hit the jaw of the middle pocket.
Well,
but now,
yes.
of course, he will be
Ronnie
warned
O'Sullivan, 4.
that if he plays the same shot and misses again, he'll lose the frame. So Ronnie will surely have his put back.
Yeah, and the other difference it makes is that even if he hits it this time, he will now need the red on the cushion.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But for now,
yeah,
he's got to just hit one, hasn't he? He might have to take that red off the cushion, actually.
You okay with that one?
Yes, got to hit one, otherwise it's 7-6. There's the warning from referee Colin Humphries.
Saw it with Ding Junhui, did it in the Masters, lost a frame in this way. He's got to play a different shot. He can't play the thin shot here. It's risk presenting a frame to O'Sullivan. I think he should consider playing the right hand red, even though it's the safe red, because like you say, he needs it now anyway. He didn't want to play it before because it was in his favour being there. Saw him lining it up. I didn't think he'd go for that. That was a very bold shot.
Good sign as well for O'Sullivan, because his long potting hasn't been as stellar today as it often is. Nothing wrong with that one, though.
No, the next shot is very big. Again, can he get in behind that red? It'll be the right-hand red of the two. The pink is a more difficult pot than the blue, but it offers better position. Very cool.
Seven. Eight.
Well, that's very surprising. If he's not on it, and he certainly believes he isn't. He's just got to think differently now. Held better than he thought he could. He's got to take the positives and say, right, I could put him in trouble here. He's got a very good chance of getting a snooker. Keeble somewhere in behind the brown or in that sort of line. He's very close. He could possibly play it with a trace, but even then he wouldn't be on the red perfectly. Trace of left-hand side to straighten the angle. Or, if he thinks positively, he could put Judd in a lot of trouble. No, he's playing safe off the black. Well.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 8.
Tell you what, he's very close to being a brilliant snooker behind the brown ball. Again, Judd trying to hit this red thin. It's the same red he was trying to hit thin earlier. He missed a couple of times. This is a very tense passage of play, it feels.
I'll tell you what, Neil, I don't think at the start of the day we would have predicted that in this match there'd be 3 successive frames of at least half an hour. Didn't seem likely, but that's what's happened. Every frame huge as well. 8-5 or 7-6 here.
Yeah, and you think every shot, the next few is going to be huge, because whoever pots the red is very likely to win the frame, you'd think, where the remaining balls are. Doesn't want that one back. The kind of snooker which you haven't got a great deal of control over where the balls end up.
Foul.
Again,
Judd
he'll
Trump,
be
foul.
more than happy with that in off. The audience feel that he's unlucky, but I don't think he minds finishing there.
No, it's more about where the red finished. It went safe. Trump leads by 12. Well, this is now the longest frame of the whole match. And we're just coming up very shortly to 4 hours playing time for this contest, with plenty more to come, you would think.
1.
And Ronnie was walking around, he thought it was his shot. Didn't think that was going to drop in. Well, it's given him a slight headache of his own, actually. Not the easy shot to play a snooker behind the pink. Dropping in behind that wouldn't be a lot of fun. You might have to play something like that.
Pink ball.
They've actually both played those sort of shots very well. The roll-ups, usually, of course, behind bulk colours have been played with great touch all day. There's another one. This frame is a very odd frame. Now we know what a potter Judd Trump is. Is he going to risk this yellow along the cushion? Green and brown are there. Probably winning the frame. He knocked in a red early on actually in the match. Not dissimilar to this one. He's not playing it, I don't think. I think that's where he's going to end up a better player all round, proving more of a winner, because you can't always go for those shots. If you don't fancy it, you play safe. That's always been the golden rule of playing snooker.
Not a ball on its spot. As I say, we maybe didn't expect 3 lengthy frames in a row from these two, but they are just fighting for every single point, every opening, every chance.
He's a bit anxious having played that. He knows he's left something for Judd Trump here. Cue ball guaranteed to head down towards the green. Pot obviously not easy still. Called it thick. There's always a worry when you do that. Ronnie might be playing a big shot here. The pot is difficult. Yellow to green in position is difficult. Didn't get anywhere near it. That was a mile away.
Judd Trump needs yellow, green and brown to get to snookers required.
Surely not.
2.
Has the blue gone in front of the green? You couldn't make it up. It's very tight. Of all the things that could have happened on that shot, that was not one of them. I think it goes, but it's potentially not a full pocket. When he got in behind it, he felt it was on.
Yeah, it looks like it pots, but it's tight, isn't it? If he catches the blue, it's not going in.
Yeah, and you mentioned he needs the brown as well. Getting onto the brown from that isn't easy either. There's problems everywhere. What a shot that is. He has overscrewed it somehow. I don't think I've seen a ball struck better the whole week. The cue ball absolutely zipped back. That is timing. Almost too good.
Well, you hear commentators say sometimes he's hit it too well. I think that applies there. He's hit it too sweetly.
I know. It's just unbelievable that he's finished where he has. Every shot is so difficult.
Judd Trump, 5.
So there you see it. Trump needs the brown, O'Sullivan needs them all. What a dramatic frame. 40.5 minutes.
Well, that's going to tempt Judd Trump because he only needs the brown and he could drop this in, not even think about playing on the blue, and it would be frame ball barring snookers. He has to be a little careful he doesn't snooker himself though on the next ball. Oh, that's a big release. Only one snooker, not quite over. Sullivan is compelled here to have a go.
Judd Trump, 4.
Getting the snooker, how's he going to do it? Not on this shot very easily, I don't think. Oh, well, when you get one good chance with the pink and black left.
5.
Because obviously your opponent is going to roll it in or over the pocket first opportunity.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 5.
It's not been a classic frame, it's been a gripping frame and feels like a pretty crucial one if Trump ends up winning it. No breaks of any note in this frame. All the others has been at least 40. Barrage of breaks. Not even a 30 break in this frame. Most unusual.
Chance for Trump to put it away.
Problem is, Black, if it was further up the table nearer the corner, it would be easier to get in behind. It's not actually that simple where it's placed to get the snooker on. Good effort. Once again, not there though. Trump obviously looking to avoid any in-offs or anything untoward happening. Just the one snooker. End of frame.
Yeah, the longest frame of the match. Just shy of 45 minutes. This is a real nerve shredder, but that's an important frame for Trump to win. He just holds O'Sullivan off and gets his 8-frame lead restored. Trump 8, O'Sullivan 5. Welcome back to Llandudno. We've just seen an epic frame of 45 minutes duration. It was won by Judd Trump, so he's 2 away from a meeting with either Mark Allen or Neil Robertson in the final. Ronnie O'Sullivan, though, has put everything into this match. He's not going to give up now, I'm sure, but this next frame clearly for him is big. Trump gets to 9, then he becomes a big favourite. Of course, he's in the opposite situation to his previous match where he trailed Mark Williams and won the last 4 frames.
Thank you. Frame 14, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Ooh, what a flick. What a flick on the brown that was.
I think Ronnie initially was relieved that Judd didn't pop the red from his break-off shot, as he's been doing. And then that.
Just little things like that can make a big difference. Just a little nudge here and there, just when you need it. Trump did hold his hand up. This was the little flick off the brown, just sending the white in behind the green. Blocking off the red in the middle of the table.
I think also occasionally when that happens, you wonder if it's not going to be your day. Having lost the previous frame, wanted to get in early in this one. Trying to see how thin he can hit it. The other edge is partly covering it. Oh no. Well, he was worried about it, but what a gift he's given O'Sullivan here. He got up about 3 times on this shot and he was playing through a very small gap.
Well, that's like throwing a piece of meat to a hungry lion. What a chance for O'Sullivan. He made the highest break of the match, 100 exactly in frame 6 when he was given a similar opening.
Yeah, I think O'Sullivan was okay there. For a second, it looked like he was going to be
Touching ball.
glued to the bunch. Nothing was available. He's touching that red. And of course, in playing the shot, the red that he's touching must not move. That's all right. More than all right. Very good.
Well, this would blow away the cobwebs if he could make a sizable break here, punish the trump mistake, get himself going again. Gave it all in that last frame, got no result in the end from it, O'Sullivan.
16. $17. $19. $20. $23. $24. $29. $30.
Well, just cue ball travelling a little too far there for comfort. And nicely controlled. Just the kind of frame he actually needed.
35.
Didn't want too many more of those
36.
half an hour plus frames. Doesn't really suit O'Sullivan.
$43.
That's a good shot. That is nicely controlled.
$49. $50.
Well, he got to 50 in just 4 minutes.
$57. $58.
One more red required after this black. It was a big error from Trump to let him in.
It was, but he's taken it well, hasn't he?
65.
I mean, it was a gift. Very gratefully received as well. I suppose it's nice for him to know that the fluency is still there
74.
after being slightly bogged down, both of them actually.
Yes, I mean, psychologically it felt like a big frame to lose that last one, but he's bounced back immediately
81.
here.
82. $89. 90.
Trump has still got to beat him. And if O'Sullivan can punish every error from here on in, he's got every chance of turning this round.
$97. 98.
This break's been going just over 6 minutes. Blue for the century.
Again, very nicely received. They were there when he came to the table, but you've still got to make them. He had some shots in amongst there which were not that easy.
108. $112. 117.
So game on again. O'Sullivan refusing to go away. What a great break this has been. Just over 7 minutes. Wonderful stuff from Ronnie O'Sullivan, 130. A total clearance from the 5 times world champion. He's back in it again. Judd Trump now leading by 8 frames to 6.
Thank you, frame 15. Judd Trump to break.
So Judd Trump leads 8-6, but Ronnie O'Sullivan's just made the highest break of the match, 130 total clearance in that last frame. First to 10 wins.
Very clean pot. He felt that the cue ball would head up the table towards the bulk end and safety had he missed it. And he didn't miss it. Oh, goodness me. That's the sort of shot his opponent plays so well, Judd Trump. That's absolutely brilliantly played around 2 cushions.
5.
Ultra aggressive. Lots of screw and left hand reverse running side the full works.
6. Give me a second, please, Ronnie.
Referee Colin Humphries just needs a bit of time in this because there are no spots available for the pink to go on. It's got to go somewhere. And down the middle of the table underneath the bunch. Not touching anything.
Thank you. 12.
Well, he has the angle to get into the bunch now. This is a big shot. Well, he's on one anyhow. The reds haven't exactly spread open beautifully.
20. 21. $28. 29.
Oh, that's a very good shot. Calculated way of getting into them. Again, not all the reds have moved, but he's brought 3 into play. The zip he gets on the cue ball. Goes into the bunch,
37.
out of the bunch quickly. Might play into them again here with the knowledge that there's a red on. Whatever happens, there'll be a red available to the right middle. Beautiful. Gone into the bunch 3 times in this break. Just sublime skill. All that playing this one slowly, wasn't it? Delightful shot. Well, he's rocking and rolling now.
43.
Yeah, he lost that 45-minute frame, but the last frame was only 10 minutes. This is shaping up to be probably about the same if he carries on. And all of a sudden, there's only 1 frame in it. Giving himself every chance.
$48. 49.
It's remarkable to think, considering he plays the fewest tournaments of any of the top players, that if he wins this one on Sunday, he goes back to #1 in the world. He's not been there since May 2010.
$56.
He's finished a little close to this one, to the corner.
$57.
Look, a little while there, he's worried it was going to go in behind that red
62.
cue ball. He's all right. Not exactly perfect, but he's on the red at least.
$63.
What a shot that was. Absolutely A1.
And this black is frame ball. It's another quick kill. 2 great frames from the great Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yes, and what a great match as well.
Well, he had every
71.
reason to be deflated by that 45-minute 13th frame, but he's come back, put together 2 golden contributions.
$76. 77. $84. 85.
Well, if it's going to be back-to-back centuries, he needs both reds here. Personally, I'd really like to see it under the circumstances of this
91.
match. It would be some achievement.
92.
It's got to drop the red in the middle. It's quite a slow trickle required. Not necessarily that easy from where he's finished.
99.
This is for back-to-back hundreds. He's playing it, I think, down the bottom. Oh, what a shot. What a player.
100.
I think, Dave, we thought it might be a match of the season, and it's starting to live up to that, isn't it? It's absolutely
107.
Stunning game of snooker this is turning into.
Yeah, and two brilliant frames here from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Just when he needed to find something, he has done.
112. $116. 121.
Trump still in front, but O'Sullivan producing the best snooker of the day in back-to-back frames. It's going to be successive total clearances if he pots this black. 19 minutes of sheer brilliance from Ronnie O'Sullivan, 130, followed by 134. He is right back in it again. Just one frame between them. Judd Trump now leading, but only by 8 frames to 7. A blast from the rocket, 2 frames, 2 total clearances, just one between them. Judd Trump 8, Ronnie O'Sullivan 7, 10 the target for a place in the final. I suppose the only good news if you're the opponent in a situation like that is it doesn't take long before you get on with the next frame.
Yes, and I think if you are Judd Trump sitting there this evening, or certainly when you came into this session 6-2 up as he did, you have to be prepared for an onslaught from someone like O'Sullivan, which could take him 2 or 3 frames quickly. You know it could happen. So you have to mentally prepare for that. I'm sure he has done. He is still in front, but it's a slender lead now. But of course, when O'Sullivan now gets closer, things start to come back on his shoulders more. That's the nature of the game and the psychology around it. I think he'll continue just clearing up every shot. But he's on 264 unanswered points due to those total clearances. Like you say, it's not long. Only 20 minutes since Trump last potted a ball. It means that these sort of pots, if he goes to them, are mighty difficult. And he didn't hit it badly, did he? Let's be honest. But it stayed out. Pretty good safety shot now, especially that the red has gone near the middle pockets of the containing safety. Is not easy. He can't play the cue ball very easily at the black end of the table. He's got to find a very thin edge here. Call it a little bit thick. And he's left this chance for O'Sullivan. He can get to the red, the left red. And he needs a cue ball to hold up here, a bit sharpish.
One.
For once, he's not on one very easily. This time, he's not going to play anything too expansive, I don't think. I guess you can't pot all the balls all the time.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 1.
Going in, is it? Oh, it's just stayed out, but didn't hit the red.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Now we're going back. Whether it was going in or not. Just wondering actually if it was to have gone in, and it might do this time if he misses, whether O'Sullivan might try something else. I mean, from cue ball in the D, he might think about playing a shot to nothing safety. Let's find out if he hits it or not though first. Oh dear, that is the worst possible outcome, missing it on that side.
Doesn't take much, does it, for a match to turn round? Just a couple of shots here and there. Another mistake from Trump has given O'Sullivan another chance.
I guess crucially, pink and black not available yet. Wouldn't make it like the other two frames at this point. As it stands, they do well to make a big break here.
Seven. Twelve. He
certainly hit that one pretty well. He might consider just trying to free the pink here. He might play a little cannon towards the reds to the right of the pink. It's a possibility. Deciding not to. But again, high value colours not really in positions to pot.
18.
Things are getting a bit more difficult now.
$19. $24.
Now this is a real queuing shot. The pot and getting up the table for low value colour.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 24.
However good you are, however well you've been playing, that shot was never going to be easy.
297 points without reply. 27 minutes without a ball being potted by Trump. All ends there.
What?
Yes, and now the crunch time is how many he can make here. Now the chance has eventually come.
6. Seven. 12. 13.
'Seeing what goes to the left corner from the right side. A couple of reds to the right of the pink. I think he's interested in the bottom one perhaps of those couple. And of course the ones even further down. But the same problem is there that O'Sullivan
80.
had. Pink and black have never been in play.
$19.
Well, the middle red, it does go. It's not
24.
the worst shot. It didn't look great when he first hit it, but actually, as you can see, there's a good chance to keep the break going.
Not missed a pot with the rest today. 3 out of 3 so far. But the pressure is at its highest now, all day. Right in the middle of the pocket though.
25.
The point is, regardless of what's been thrown at him, and plenty has in the last half an hour by O'Sullivan, got every right to be confident in his game at the moment. The season he's had has been his best ever, including 2 wins in finals, of course, over Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Getting this cue ball to zip around the table quite amazing. I noticed it once again earlier in this break.
28.
This has been a tremendous break so
29.
far. Not a big break, but quite complex. Trying to keep it going. Played with right hand running side. Bit of a stretch if he's playing that red now.
34.
We can barely get to this. Well, he's played it
35.
pretty well, but has not been lucky. Played it, obviously developed the red as he did, but he thought he'd probably end up on the blue. He's very good at these recovery shots on the brown, swinging the cue ball around, but this one actually, from where he is even tougher than usual. Big shot.
Judd trump, 35.
Didn't get very close to it, which is the biggest shock of all. He'd love to think that he could score enough so that he wouldn't need the brown at the end of the frame, but I don't think that's really going to happen. Black's not going to be potted with these two reds anyway. You'd have to take red, pink twice, yellow, green. That would be 23 in it. 22 on.
Seven.
Probably going to have a look at the scores now, and he's going to realise that he will need the brown.
12. Thirteen.
Well, there's still some hope here for Trump. This frame is not over yet.
Nineteen.
That's a great effort. Surely he's not going to snooker himself here, is he? Wow. 22 in front. So Trump could tie. And Ronnie, of course, he's not going to be potting it here, so he's still in the frame, but hanging on just. What he could do, I wonder if Trump got the chance to develop the black here as well, which it could come in handy. That's what he's tried to do. Could end up with another very dramatic frame, this one.
Yeah, could be a respot. Sullivan hopes not.
A few people over behind Judd Trump said good shot. They could see immediately that he got the snooker. don't think he could have played that a lot better. That's very good. He's actually left a little bit of it sticking out. I still don't believe he could have done much more than that. He's played it quite nicely. Sullivan might just have a little pop at this. That would have made a difference had that gone in. Hitting the jaw, he hasn't left it, but he's probably lost the advantage. O'Sullivan's likely to get him in to a little bit of trouble here. Get the cue ball and the object ball just about where he wants to. Distance between the two balls, I think, is the key here.
Got to hit it, first and foremost. Second, don't leave it on. That'll do.
Ronnie's having a look for this one. The point is, obviously frame ball, but it's not guaranteed to be a shot to nothing this one. He doesn't get it. Well, I think Trump will have a go at this. Cue ball not under complete control, but the likelihood is he'll be somewhere near the blue. Well, he was worried about the in-off.
4.
Well, we could be heading for a respotted black here. Overhit slightly, more than slightly.
9.
Bit of a stretch, apart from anything else, this.
Yeah, it is, and it's not only the stretch to get to it, but the pot, the natural way of potting it would be to take the cue ball up the table. So you don't be able to pot the black after it, so this is a difficult shot to pot and hold. Using a lot of screw here, check side.
Judd trump 9.
So O'Sullivan needs the pink. And it's 3 in a row. And for the first time since we were 1 each, the match will be level. So Ronnie O'Sullivan has dramatically levelled the match. 2 total clearances and then a pink ball win. Just 3 frames remain and they're all square. 8 frames apiece. 8 frames all. Ronnie O'Sullivan has won 3 on the spin, and this is officially a classic. A few nails being bitten here in this Llandudno venue Cymru. Nobody leaving. Judd Trump was hoping by now he'd have it won, but he's going to have to do it the hard way. Had a chance in that last frame, just came awkward on the ping. Attempted it, missed, left it, and that was 8 all. Best of 3.
Yeah, it's been a superb effort from 6-2 down to get here for O'Sullivan, because he wasn't really in the match in the opening session. He played to his best, he was outplayed, and he's come back very strongly from 8-5 down.
Yeah, you can just see how much he wants to win. Sometimes he likes to deflect that by saying that he's not too bothered. Clearly he is bothered, the way he's played this match. He's fought hard for every single ball. One of the great champions in any sport, and of course his longevity is what's so incredible. First won a ranking title in 1993. Meanwhile, Trump has potted an absolute perler into the middle there. What a pot that is.
It really was, from where he is. Look at that, just threaded it through past the black and the bunch and got on the black as well. Brilliant shot. His intention is clearly to stay positive. Oh, you can see it from this angle even better, how difficult it is.
Yeah, it was sort of ball that Mark Williams was potting in the World Championship final last year against John Higgins, just getting in with ridiculously good pots to the middles. Happy birthday to Mark Williams, by the way, 44 today. Of course, he was beaten yesterday by the man at the table.
And very quickly round to see what went.
12.
Into the middle at the side of the bunch, which is okay. Not a great angle to get from blue to red. And that was always the problem. Those bulk colours seem even bigger than usual when you're trying to avoid them on the way back up.
18. Judd Trump, 18.
Judd Trump hasn't made a half century in this match since frame 8. It's now frame 17. So that earlier fluency has just gone away a little bit. Scrapped out a few frames since then.
Yeah, going at the same pot success rate, 91%. But the point you made, take it even further. His highest break in the match is only 69, and the man he's playing, O'Sullivan's made 3 centuries.
One.
I think it would be a huge blow if he went behind it. Yeah, Judd Trump having led 6-2. If he went 9-8 down, that would really hurt him. So again, this is a big frame as well.
Foul.
Now, how much damage has he done is the first thing to wonder about. Okay, he's unlucky to have knocked the red in. Has he left a red on? Just looking to see if those 2 reds are actually in a plant that he knocked in. I don't think they were. Anyway, that is in a roundabout way. That's worked out in Judd Trump's favour, hasn't it? Amazing game. Because he'd have probably ended up having to play this himself had he knocked the other red in.
Yeah, it's high stakes stuff now, isn't it? O'Sullivan going for that tough red, but now Trump right back in again. This would be the perfect time to make another big break.
Eight. Nine.
Talk about O'Sullivan's 1,000 centuries, quite rightly,
16.
but Trump last week at the Championship League made his 600th century, the youngest player to get to that milestone. Helped by the proliferation of tournaments, of course.
17.
He's got to make sure that he closes out this frame here. He really can't afford to let O'Sullivan back to the table with a chance of winning it. He had the red near the middle pocket. He always knew that was there, so that he'd be on something.
22.
He wanted to be on something else, but he has got that backup red still there. Just wonder if he's a bit worried about going in off plain ball into the yellow pocket. He might have to do something with the cue ball here to stop that. Played it with a little bit of stun and side.
23. Yeah.
Doesn't have the cue ball cleaned all that often, Trump. And it helps if he can reach it, then he can. When the pink is respotted, I think he's okay. He is.
29. $30. $37. $38.
Well, he's got his lead back in the match, crucially, I think.
45. 46.
Yeah, very important break for for Judd Trump, just to steady the ship from his point of view. O'Sullivan won 3 on the spin, 53. But he finds himself behind again.
$54.
Well, the frame is well and truly won. You can see it's a close match, this. Look at that, ball's potted absolutely level.
Judd Trump, 61.
So Judd Trump's first half century since frame 8. What a time to make it. O'Sullivan went for that tough red to the middle, missed. Trump did the rest. He's back in front in this epic encounter, leading 9-8. So Judd Trump leads Ronnie O'Sullivan 9-8. There's a possible 2 frames to play. Can O'Sullivan take us to a decider? I'm sure this crowd would love to see one. Judd Trump supporters, maybe not. Trump made a 61 break there to win that 17th frame.
That was a very scruffy old shot, actually, for O'Sullivan by his high standards. Well, what does he do here? I mean, I guess he's got to play the snooker, isn't he? Seems the positive shot, really. Get right in behind the brown. He's got the advantage. He's blocked off the left side of the table, which is a good way of playing it, to stop Ronnie just dropping into it from one side. But he might try and lay up to the red out on the open on the bottom left of the table. Well, he didn't hit it very hard, but he hit it, I think. And it's not a touching ball. It must have been a feather if it touched it at all. Well, let's have another little look at this. Okay, it's not touching and nothing much moved. Anyway, Colin Humphries was on the spot, so what can you say? It's a very well played shot, actually, that safety shot. He's still in this match. I mean, there is a strong argument to say at 6-2 down, in between sessions, he'd settled for being 9-8 down. Much closer and with a real chance of winning. Well, it wouldn't be an easy pot if the yellow wasn't kind of a distraction. It's not easy at all, and with no high value colour available. I'm not even sure if he'll go for this red if he can see it. Problem is, what else can he do? Shot that is. Interesting that he should look to see whether the black was available. Pink actually goes past the red. That red was very difficult. The yellow was certainly a distraction to him. As you can see, that camera angle tells you just the distance between cue ball and object ball better than ever.
Eight. $13. 14. $19.
This will certainly open up some other reds. Could be the moment, couldn't it, when he
20
gets over the line here. Still got work to do, but just to keep building away at this break. Another queuing shot. Sort of wanted to be a lot nearer to the red than this.
25.
That's a great shot to finish top side of the blue as well. His timing is impeccable tonight.
$31.
Well, he does have a thinnish one to this left corner.
$32.
Now, if he leans across, he's got to be careful here because the waistcoat line would be where that red is over on the right of the table. As a player, it's one of the first things you think about. You have to be a little careful not to. It's kind of in his way. That's why he wants to play it in a slightly uncomfortable looking way so that red doesn't end up being a foul shot.
Yeah, I was going to say tuck your waistcoat in. That would help to a degree. Still uncomfortable though.
He looks very uncomfortable on the shot, doesn't he? This break, he's hitting a lot of balls on the way through. He knocked the blue safe on the last shot. He hit the brown and pink there. He's still on a red. He's taking a bit of a hammering tonight when you think about it. He's 6-3 down on the night's play. But due to his good lead this afternoon, he's still in the box seat.
Yeah, and the other thing that we maybe haven't mentioned is mental strength as well. He's shown, because he was hit with an onslaught by O'Sullivan. He's knocking some balls in here, isn't he?
Well, this is a great break in its own way, and a different way to those wonderful back-to-back centres from O'Sullivan. He's just trying to get nearer and nearer to the winning line, ball by ball. Now he's going right-handed on this shot. Screwing back a long way. He's overscrewed it by a mile.
39.
It's hard to have the same touch, I would say, on that shot. But you can screw back the length of the table with your opposite hand. Can't believe you've got the same control. Try to play in behind the blue. He leapt up in the air. He's not quite got it right. Decent break under the circumstances. Only 39, but very useful.
It's now 22 minutes since Ronnie O'Sullivan potted a ball. Remember, he won 2 frames in just 18 minutes, 2 total clearances from 8-5 to 8-7.
I don't think Judd trouble mind where the blue, pink and black are at the moment. 39 might not seem a lot, but with those high value colours safe, it's quite a lot. Now that Ronnie's got a chance again, how on earth is he going to make a few here? Got to make something happen. He's got to try and, I think, find a way of getting the black into play. Otherwise, it's not going to happen for him. Of course, if the scores were the other way around, he was in front, he would be happily just chip away in the way that Trump was doing. So here is the moment. That's a terrific shot. Had to get the black into play, and he's done it.
3. Four.
Well, there's never been a better break builder. Can he conjure up something here to take us all the way?
11. Do it again.
Well, he's asking Glenn Humphries to just respot that. I don't think he's questioning it. He's entitled to do that. I think once. It's quite important, isn't it? Because I think we're talking about fractions here as to whether he could land in behind the black to pot it. Yeah, it really is tight. I wonder if he'd consider playing to flick the red as to the left of the black into play here. That would be an even better shot if he could do it. Everything's at very close quarters if he tries that. Played it, but didn't get it. And this is from up there. It's probably a shot too many. Chance to get another high-value colour into the game, perhaps blue or pink. He could use that. Might get them both into play and play the snooker behind the green. Well, that is everything in one shot, and he couldn't have played all three, surely. He could, but he's not a magician. Trump looked a bit ashen-faced when he came out of his chair. Everything's changed in one shot. Crucially, has he left that red to the left middle? He has to an extent, but is it a risk that O'Sullivan can risk taking here? Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Not much pocket to aim at from where the red was.
Eight. Yeah.
You might notice that Ronnie's using the extension on his cue that comes with the table. He hasn't even got his own extension like most other players do. Almost everyone else on the tour, I should think, has one of those. Well, who's and ours? He's not on the black.
No.
Blue would be risky. He'd probably go into the green. And playing it, he may have to just weight one here. It's a very bold shot if he plays the blue. Got to pot it and avoid hitting the green. Oh, brilliant. Just brilliant. Could easily have lost him the match had he missed it, but he didn't miss it.
14.
Trump wondering, do I come back to the table or is it a decider?
Yeah, a lot will depend, I think, on what he's just saw from Ronnie, what he's doing here. He wants to get low on the bottom red to flick the other red near the right cushion into play, and he's usually an absolute master at this shot. Well, he hasn't quite played it to the usual high standards to leave himself the cannon.
20.
He's straight enough on this red.
Oh, well, a little interlude while he ties his shoelaces. He's pulled his socks up from 8-5 down.
Well, he's going to have to get on the red via the black this time. As you can see, too straight to do anything by getting the other red out.
$21.
This is not an easy shot. Screwing in behind the red. That's tremendous. He's not quite nailed it with regards to position, but it was still very nicely
28.
hit. It's very thin to the right middle.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 28.
Well, as you say, it was a question of whether Trump comes back to the table. And he's absolutely no doubt delighted that he is with a realistic chance of winning the match in this frame. But he's got to put in a good shot here. Well, I don't think he can complain about that. Might be a gap. O'Sullivan can get directly through to the red. Well, there's definitely a gap. He can get it full ball, but can he keep it safe? Can he avoid the double kiss? Well, he's done all that, but again, Trump might have the slight advantage here. Is there another gap? Trump cannot believe it.
Brings the cue down. Sign of frustration. It's all up to O'Sullivan, though, to knock it in. This could be the shot that takes us to 9 each.
Well, it just got a bit more angle on this green than he would have wanted, which means it's either very difficult or impossible to hold for the yellow, especially with the pink there. He might have wanted to come a bit further down the table. Not an easy shot now. Just the cue ball near the side cushion is the worry. And he's nailed to the cushion as well. No shot is easy playing from there. Everything is just a little difficult.
Surely now. He's 10 in front, he needs brown and blue.
What a frame he's won here.
13.
He was 39-0 down, everything was safe. He got everything in open play. There was one very significant shot where he freed blue-pink, got the snooker. And since then, he's been the governor in the frame.
So after 5.5 hours of battle, one more frame to decide it. Ronnie O'Sullivan levels up, and it's a decider. Judd Trump 9, Ronnie O'Sullivan 9.
Well, goodness me, we have had some drama in Llandudno this week. Alan and Stephen, here we go again, another deciding frame, and the momentum has switched back and forth through the course of this match. Where's it going now, Stephen?
I mean, Judd Trump was in at the beginning of that frame, and it was like so many pots he was making. When he was just slamming, I mean, the balls almost screaming to get back in the box. So he was just potting everything, but he just couldn't get the balls into position to win the match. You would have to say the momentum's with Ronnie O'Sullivan, but Judd Trump's record in deciding frames recently has been phenomenal.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. But yeah, I mean, it is a coin flip. The one thing I would say with Ronnie, I think he's cueing lovely tonight. I think he's had a slightly longer backswing, as I might have mentioned in comms earlier. Judd, though, has shown good character. Stephen said he was really unlucky that last frame. The little gap he left, his last shot of the frame, was unfortunate. But Ronnie's got the juice tonight to take advantage. And we're in a decider, and, well, I don't want to pick it because
it's impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to sit in the fence with this one. It's been a magnificent match. It really has. It's lived up to all the billing. Yes, it has.
And you know, people talk about it being the match of the season, and look at these people in here. They've come along to see a great match of snooker. It's delivered. We just can't wait to see what's going to happen now. Let's get this one underway. It's the deciding frame for a place in the final of the Tour Championship. 9 frames apiece. There's Judd at the table. I'll hand you back to Neil and David Henry.
So Judd Trump to get the decider underway after an epic battle here today in Llandudno. One more frame to decide the first finalist. On the head-to-head between them before the start of play, it was 10-all. We expected it to be close. We still don't know who's going to come through.
Well, he would never have played in behind there. He would have played to the cushion, front cushion that is. That is a very good shot, you know, from there. He had a big swerve into the first cushion, or the only cushion. Big target, I realise, but he played it well. Now, O'Sullivan's only thing that's not really been right today, because he's scored 3 centuries and he's played some brilliant snooker, is his long game has not been as good as usual. This will be another examination of it. It's absolutely dead straight, this. Now, there's another one gone astray. And it affects the play. When you miss the straight ones, the dead straight ones, it really affects you. You think, why am I missing it? What am I doing that's not right? And that's how he's feeling right now.
So it's a chance for Trump. What? Screwing into the pack, getting things open. You saw him when he left that last red on in the last frame. He brought his cue down. First little sign of frustration the whole day. But he's in the decider.
Yeah, this only just went in. This red. But the last frame was like this. The black wasn't available. Trying to score away on the lower value colours. Never got as far as he wanted to with it.
7.
It's been a great game.
Well. $13.
Just to say, if you lost pictures there briefly, apologies for that.
Well, this has just got shades of, as I said, the previous frame, the difficulty in getting this break started. Yeah, that was a good shot, but he's not
18.
finished on a red particularly well either. He's scrambling around trying to get points without everything being there in open play. No one thing, whoever wins out of these two is going to be pretty ecstatic, I think, at the end of it. Differing emotions. For Trump it will be relief. For O'Sullivan it will be one of his best ever comebacks and long career, I think. Now the black is on. They've been going in along there, but again, you could miss them. This does go in. It opens everything up. Well, he played it so slowly, gave it every chance.
$26.
This is where all the practice, all the hours and hours practicing, getting everything right with your cue action and your mind. It all fits into place, hopefully.
$34. 35.
Two remarkable talents of different generations have come head to head today and produced an absolute treat.
Well, he's got the angle to go into the reds, but he doesn't really want to do that. Not with 2 or 3 sticking out that he can get on.
.42. .43.
Well, he could have played cannon to the left of the red. If he'd have missed the cannon, he'd been on the right of the bunch.
50.
That sort of a angle hitting into the red was not a good one. Didn't mean to be on this red. Oh, there could be another twist. O'Sullivan very quickly out of his
50.
chair.
Yeah, and because he gets close to this, it stays in the jaws of the pocket. He leads by 50.
Thank you.
Yes, and he knows he should have won the match there.
One.
I wonder if Ronnie will look at the blue. It's just off straight, taking him down towards the reds. Worth a look. But he doesn't see it quite right as the angle to get in behind a couple of reds to the right corner. Good effort, just not quite hard enough. O'Sullivan annoyed with himself that he's got to play this shot. Feels almost like an all or nothing shot.
Foul.
Wow, he's fouled. He's been called for a foul. Can you believe it? He got the pot. He must have caught the yellow or something there.
Yeah, I didn't see it at the time, I have to say.
This is huge. Colin Humphries, the referee. Ronnie's waiting for the replay. He's looking up at the monitor. He wants to see it again.
Foul.
Well, he can't see it from there, but it was the yellow, clearly with his waistcoat.
Well, I have to say, he called the foul very early, didn't he?
But Trump has not taken advantage. It looked for all the world to be over.
What?
What a roller coaster of emotions this has been tonight. He's tucking his waistcoat in this time. This is where all that running has done him good.
Four.
Well, this was the earlier foul, just on the left if you see it. Oh, I mean, listen, it must have been a waistcoat foul and nothing really moved.
Five.
Bottom line though, Trump didn't take advantage, missed that red to the yellow pocket. O'Sullivan darted back to the table. Be 40 behind with the blue, 59 on. This is heading right down to the wire, this match. Yellow on the bulk cushion could play a part yet.
Ten. 11.
Well, this was the miss that followed what we think was a waistcoat foul. And his expression says it all. Oh, goodness me, what's going to happen next here?
Well, sometimes you just can't believe what you're watching. It's one of those crazy frames. He misses the pink, he flukes it into the yellow pocket.
Thank you.
Yeah, slightly develops the yellow as well from where it was.
He has a chance at this red as well.
And he's brought the red into play, but his next colour's not easy. Goodness me. What a game. This is a big shot, really big. Oh, he never looked like missing it, did he? Didn't he play it well?
$24.
I think everyone's playing on memory here. Instinct. Everything else just goes out of the window when you're in this situation. Oh, the fluke, I mean, it went in, this pink went into the green pocket about 100 miles an hour. Look at the yellow as well, which is slightly developed there. That doesn't sound a lot, but Ronnie will need that yellow. It's easier from where it is than where it was. Does not want to be straight
25.
on this. He has a slight angle, but the wrong side to make it easy to get across. Gonna punch it hard. Goodness, that nearly stayed out as well. I just wonder what's going to happen next. It's hard to imagine there won't be a further twist. Yes. Making sure the same doesn't happen again on the yellow.
So he's missed the red.
Ronnie
Judd Trump
31.
19 in front. What a chance now.
Yeah, I think Ronnie just, the way he walked away from the table, he felt that was it. But these have still got to be taken. Like I say, the yellow is still not absolutely simple. That's all you'll need, though, if he takes the blue here.
Yeah, 25 in front with the blue, 27 on. So yellow's match ball.
Well, if he plays this slowly, I don't think he'll be interested in getting on the green for now.
6.
It won't be his priority anyway. He'll worry about the green after this yellow's been potted. I think he should have played it that way. I think he should have just dropped it in.
Judd Trump.
Why
6.
did he play on the green?
Thank you.
If he pots the yellow, he's got a shot at the green, but not at that pace. Can't believe that.
Well, he pots the yellow. He's 27 in front with 25 on. But he's played it at pace and he's missed it.
That is unbelievable. Sometimes you have to make sure of match ball. If he plays that slowly, I don't think he would have missed it.
Well, now he's snookered.
Yeah, it's horrible as well. chance O'Sullivan's got now. Again, not easy by any means, this. It's as good as straight. We've seen him miss these sort of queuing shots throughout the match. But not that one. That was sublime queuing.
He needs the 5 remaining balls.
Five.
Yes, obviously, you know, the final black, it's not going to be a gimme. Where it is.
Nine.
He's fought so hard all day. He was chasing the game, 6-2 down, 8-5 down, 9-8 down. A ball there from going out of the tournament. That yellow.
$14.
Well, this will be a tough one for Trump if he does go on and lose.
20.
This is a ticklish one. This is not simple by
Quiet,
any
please.
means.
5 hours, 50 minutes. It's all come down to the last ball for a place in the final. And in it goes, Ronnie O'Sullivan, first into the final. And you can see what it means to him. He chased the game all day long, but he gets victory on the very last ball. And he is absolutely delighted. He never gave up, not once all day did he give up. Judd Trump will be pig sick. He had a chance to wrap it up, missed that yellow, playing it at pace when it was all he needed. And you can see O'Sullivan and his supporters leaving this arena absolutely delighted. He's in the final of the Tour Championship. He's finally beaten Judd Trump by 10 frames to 9.